Okay, hello. I hope everyone's having a good day. Apologies for that late start there. I can't seem to get my phone to load Instagram. It won't do it today. It's decided it's having a day off and it's not gonna do it. No Instagram post. Not feeling it today. Oh well, it'd be like that sometimes. Hi Zay, I don't know if you heard it. You had a slight echo horn. I hope your day is going well. And hi Isocia, thank you so much for the lurk. I really appreciate it. I hope work goes well. I hope it goes good. Oh dear. Oh no, everyone's poorly. Oh, I hope they feel better soon. Echo. Oh. Yeah, it was an echo horn. There was a horn, and then there was like a oh in the background. I don't think there'll be another one. I think I fixed it. I heard it. I was like, wait a minute, where'd that slightly quieter horn come from? And I nipped it. I got it. Ah, there they are. Another one. There you go. You echoed it yourself. I appreciate it. Thank you. I hope your day is going well. I haven't taken down the balloons yet. I will get round to it. Just not yet. Not yet. I'm tired. Not doing it. Aspect of everyone not eating right after long days. I'm just staying away from the sick people. Yeah. As long as you eat well yourself and get lots of rest, hopefully you'll be alright. Ah dear. That's what I do. Or I have been doing. I've been trying to eat lots of good food. Now that I can. Eat lots of food and drink plenty whenever I go into work. I had a whole half a chicken on Sunday. Oh dear. I went from like being able to eat hardly anything to being like, I'm gonna eat half a chicken. Oh dear. I had to, it must be an echo, it must be an echo. That's the only explanation. It had to be an echo. It's gotta be. Oh dear. Also, I don't know how many of you seen. Look at my arm now. It looks crazy. We got lots of... I'll take a good picture of it hopefully after stream today. Or maybe I could do it now. If my phone fancies loading, and I'll pop it in the Discord because it looks very weird. It's got something going on it. It really doesn't want to load any apps. How do you take a picture of your own arm? In the light. There you go. Oh god. Untense. There you go. Hopefully that's alright. It's very difficult to take a picture of one's own arm. Jesus Christ. Yeah, you know what? I could post that in the Discord later. You get a bit of mug in there too. Oh dear. Big chomp energy of half a chicken, heck yeah. Oh dear. You know, you ever get halfway through a shift and you're just like, you know what? I don't want to get ill, so I'm just gonna eat half a chicken. That's the only way. The only way to avoid sickness is to eat half a chicken. A half a whole or half a chicken? Half a chicken. You could see where it'd been cut in half, so someone had the other half of my chicken. So I had half of it with a lot of potato. I wanted vegetables, but I couldn't find them, so I just ate potato. Potato's a vegetable. I did want vegetables, and I could see other people had vegetables, but I couldn't find the vegetables, so I just had potato and gravy. So, yeah. It was nice though, very tasty. It was quite heavy, but very tasty. Oh dear. And you know what? Not sick yet. I'm meeting up with somebody later, so I did a COVID test. Not ill yet. Oh dear. So, I don't know. I'm no scientist, but half a chicken's doing me pretty good. Also, copious portions of soup. Oh, it did. You know, I washed it down with coffee as well. I washed it down with a big coffee. So I had like a big coffee, which also doesn't go very well with chicken and gravy. But so I also had a pretty short lunch on Sunday. Because like breaks are like kind of like sporadic because you're quite busy. So my lunch break in particular was quite short. So I'm trying to eat down this half chicken with potatoes and a coffee. I must have looked like a crazy person, but like it was tasty and I don't regret it. It was good. I was very full. Oh, yeah. I don't know. Maybe it's just like slow training for becoming a speed eater, right? Short lunch break, whole chicken, go! That will be. I'll do half a chicken for like a few weeks, and then maybe I'll move on to the. I'll try and get 2 half chickens, and that'll be a whole chicken. Hoshi, how goes it? I hope you're having a good day. 5 minutes, whole chicken, go! I'll be in the corner of the staff room like, chicken, go! But you know what? If I do think if you're eating good and like whatever it is, doesn't have to be chicken. That was just what I had. I had a, oh god, what was it? They're like, they called them something, but they're like crushed vegetable patties, deep fried. Sounds weird, very tasty. I had that the day before with chips. Oh, that was good. That was very good actually. They were also heavy. Everything I had this weekend was really heavy, but like, it was good. I don't know, it's just like heavy food that keeps you going. Like a veggie burger, but like a bit lighter than that and a bit thicker than that. And deep fried. Kind of like a fish cake without the fish. That makes sense? It was like that. All I'm hearing is chicken. Yeah, welcome on in. It's like 10 in the morning. We're just talking about chicken. No. We're talking about like the food you eat on your lunch break. Yeah. Deep fried is always better. Yeah. And also the food you eat keep you going for a busy day. Like what gets you for a busy day? Because I do find that kind of food is very heavy, but I don't sit down at work. So I do 10 or 11 hour shifts, so the very long shifts, and we can't sit down. So I'm always on my feet and I'm always walking. So really calorie dense meals are quite good because I'm very active. So if I was eating that and then going and sitting down, I think I'd have an issue because like I'd fall asleep immediately and I'd be like, Like when I was doing like my call center work, I could never have eaten that for my break. I would have felt ill. But at this job, because I'm not sitting down and because I'm very active, there's like a lot of lifting as well because we handle a lot of the stock work. Yeah, it's a very active job, and so yeah, you want a lot more calories. Yeah, and I think also that's probably helped as far as my general immune system health goes, just by eating copious amounts. Because I don't really do much else. Like, all of my exercise really comes from my shifts. But like, I think a couple people that I work with, I haven't heard from them for a while because they don't do it anymore because it's quite a lot. But they used to have pedometers on, so they check how many steps they do. And on their long shifts, their start to end shifts, which would be like, it was a 9 in the morning till 8 at night. That's the long shift. And that's like, you know, your beginning to your end. You do like 20,000 steps. Easy. It's a oh dear. Curse you for already. I'm so sorry, Isacia. But you gotta get good food. You gotta get good food. It's good for you. Good for avoiding sickness. Get your good food. I work in primary school, so I eat as fast and much as I can. Yeah, I can imagine. Like, is there a lot of like quick bars and like? Do you drink smoothies as well? Because I don't know. I don't know if that's something you do too. A lot of the people I work with drink smoothies. Because it's just easier. It's just calories on the go, isn't it? Oh dear. I eat wherever I get the chance to. Fair. Oh dear. I often have a bottle of water and then a smoothie alongside it. So when I go to the stockroom, I can drink either. Protein bars are the way forward. Wish they weren't so expensive. See, protein bars I don't do as much as, but I get you. Yeah. Banana smoothies are helping me. Yes. Constantly walking around, hence the joint issues right now. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm very lucky that I don't have any sort of joint issues. I hope that I don't get any in the future, because otherwise you can't do a job on your feet all the time very easily with joint issues. Which is, yeah, would kind of ruin me in the job that I have right now. Couldn't do all that stock work with joint issues. But I'd like to think that it's strengthening me up a bit. 6'7". Oh, that's gotta hurt. That's a lot of bending over. Working at school, my back is already in tatters. Yeah, I'm not surprised. That's a hefty height. That's the thing, is like, as much as it's a bit of a pain to be my height for the higher shelves, I can always go up to them, right? Whereas if you're tall, that's a lot of bending down. Like, a lot of the tall lads I work with, it's not fun going down for those boxes all the time and stuff like that. It's harder. The further you have to go down, the worse it is. Yeah, nah. Ooh, yo. It's like, there is a height the world is built to, and if you are too far outside of it, tall or short, your life is going to be difficult. And yeah, that's too tall. The world will not be built for you at that height. Oh dear. Scared 5'4" noises. I think within 5'4" is going to be within you'll be right? Oh dear. I kneel a lot. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Oh dear. Save your back a bit. When you're on the shorter side, I mean, I'm like 1 inch above average height, so I'm pretty good. I'm taller than a lot of the women I work with. I do work with predominantly women because I am a bra fitter, but I'm taller than a lot of the women I work with, but I'm not tall by any means. I'm like a little tall and that's it. Which is a little useful for the stock room, but not really. I still have to call someone every now and again because there's something just a little out of my range. And the other thing is I'm not that strong. There are a few things I know in a couple of the rooms that I can't pick up by myself that are just too heavy. That's okay. I know my limits. There's a few things I can't do, which other people can do on their own. But yeah, it's alright. I'm getting stronger, but my arms are my weak point. My arms and my shoulders are very, very weak, which is annoying because they used to be the strongest part of me. When I did like rowing and a lot more athletics, they used to be my strongest part. And now my arms are like stick. Hoshi! Thank you so much for the follow. It's very kind of you. Welcome on in. I always have a stepping stool egg. Stepping stool to come in handy. Yeah, stepping stool is useful. I like a stool more than I like a ladder. I grew up in Cornwall, all the houses and cottages were... Oh god, yeah. British houses, a lot of them were built a long time ago. So you'll be ducking. Can imagine how the difference, yeah, it resolves itself. To a little dot in boots. I wonder if my boots are the issue with joint pain. See the consultant next week. Yeah. I guess as well, like, at different heights you have different potential health issues for your, like, I guess a lot of tall people, it's like your joints in general, your knees and your back and such like that. And also if you're someone who's having to duck all the time for things or look down because everyone is shorter than you, you're going to have the issue there. Whereas if you're short and you're having to look up all the time, you'll have a slightly different issue. Yeah. Comfortable shoes are also recommended. I have very good shoes. I get through so many pairs of shoes. Again, it somewhat depends on where you work and the kind of floor you have, I think. Basically everyone I work with agrees our floor is terrible for shoes. We have a really, really hard floor, and so it just destroys your shoes. When somebody comes to work with us for the first time and we're like, where are your shoes from? Like, not in a rude way, but like, do you have good shoes? Because if you have cheap shoes, we give them a few weeks on our floor. Our floor will destroy your shoes. And you can keep buying your cheap shoes, that's fine. But you'll get through hundreds of pairs of shoes. It will just destroy them all. If you like your shoes and they're cheap, get new shoes because it will destroy your shoes. In the first few weeks, I think I got through... first few months, I got through a few pairs of shoes. And then I got like one good pair of shoes, which took like 6 months to go through. And that was like a 60, 70 pair of shoes. And it still broke them. And then I got through another one. The last pair of shoes I've had originally were like over 100 quid. But then I got them on reduced sale, so they were less than that. But they have lasted a year, and they are starting to look a little worn down. And I'm like, no. They're Doc Martens, and my shoes are being broken by our floor. It's like, but we wear them so much. I mean, bear in mind, I am part-time now and not full-time anymore, so there is less on these shoes. But, oh my god, you get through shoes so often. When you're wearing them every day and like long shifts, and we never sit down. Never. At our job, never. You don't sit down. So you're just walking, except for like the half an hour break here, half an hour break there. You're walking. And oh my god, it's just, your shoes will just snap. I always have them snap right at the arch of my foot, and they just snap. And I had one that was like this thick, because I tend to wear wedges. My wedge snapped on my last shoe. Both sides eventually snapped. And I was like, oh my god. That's a... And now my Docs, my actual Doc Martens. And I'm like, I've had them since Black Friday last year. And I'm like, no, not my Docs. Please. But yeah, it's like that sometimes. Thanks. I feel like that's why I'm short. I see. You're not that much shorter than me though. You know, we'd be pretty, if we stood next to each other, we'd be basically the same height. I had knee pain until I had vitamin D deficiency brunch. I hear that a lot from people with vitamin D deficiency, but to be fair, like, depending on where you work and where you live, you don't see the sun that often. Like, I definitely don't see the sun very much, especially where I was like full time, because I'd leave as the sun was rising and I'd get back after the sun set, so I'd never see the sun. I did. Told my physio once what I did, and she looked at me and said, "Why? Why?" I have my Docs, the nice flat boots, walking boots as well, depending on the job. I wear the heels down. Literally have platform heels. Yeah, platform for me too. I snapped the heel clean off. Oh my god, I should see where do you work again? I've not told people the place I work, but I'm a bra fitter. What I do is I do specialist fits for people. So I've been trained by the health service in this country, which is the NHS. And I do fits for people that are getting ready for surgery. Or I also do maternity technically as well. But what I was trained for was people getting ready for surgery, that's enlargement, reduction, transition, and breast cancer. Which is why I wanted to do this event, because Against Breast Cancer is the charity that we work with the closest, as do a lot of bra fitters, because they do all the bra recycling in the UK. They also do a lot of help for breast cancer fitters, but also bra fitters in general, because they give all of the breast cancer information to bra fitters. They do a lot of support for us. They also do a lot of support for breast cancer survivors, people going through breast cancer. They're a really fantastic charity. That's why I wanted to do this event. Yeah, because it's literally my job. My job is supporting people through breast cancer as a fitter. And yeah, it means a lot to me because of that. But the last couple years, we've not been able to do a lot of the charity events that we'd normally do in store. I don't think most bra fitter places have been able to do their charity events that they'd normally do in store, because people going through people going through breast cancer are considered high risk, and at least in the UK our cases haven't really dropped down that much, and so the last 2 years we haven't done any breast cancer awareness events in October, and we normally do a lot. And they do so much. They are there to really empower the women and men, anyone in the community really, who has gone through breast cancer or is going through breast cancer, to really help them through it, to be able to pamper them, to give them lots of fun times, to be able to send them on like amazing experiences, and also give them something back because they've gone through something so bad. But it's also a lot about raising awareness to people who haven't gone through breast cancer, to people who might have to experience it in some form at some point in their life, to tell them what to look out for, to, explain the resources that are out there for you, so that if it does have to happen to you or someone that you don't have to go into it feeling completely alone. You know that there are all this charity stuff out there for you. There are this community out there for you. And there's lots of amazing resources that you can reach out to. So overall, these events are amazing things, and they're fantastic when they can happen in person. It's a real sense of community. We have people that go to these events that have had breast cancer like 50 years ago, and they come to this event for the first time, and they learn a lot because they have a prosthesis that's like 50 years old that no longer fits them, and they've been wearing the same bra that they've been ordering online for 50 years, and it no longer fits them, and we fit them into something really pretty for the first time again. And I'm sure we're not the only bra fitter place that does that, you know. And we get them set up, we get them in contact with a breast cancer care nurse who will order them a new prosthesis, one that actually fits. And, you know, we get them dressed up in a new outfit, we get them on a runway, we get them straight through and with a whole makeover so they look as they want to present themselves. And they might have been affected by breast cancer 50 years ago. And it's a really lovely, it is a really lovely time. And I think the fact that we've not been able to do that for anyone the last couple of years has been it's not just been upsetting for me, it's been upsetting for, I think, everyone that's taken part in these events. So, and again, that's not just for our lingerie fit place, it's for the other ones I know in the area that also do that kind of stuff. It's been like something we've really missed. And we've had people come up to us and ask if we're doing it. We can't, because it's not fair, because the people going through breast cancer right now are high risk and we just can't do it. It's not safe. It's just not safe. But it doesn't mean that we can't continue to raise awareness in one way or another. And so bringing it online, doing it in a way that's still safe for people, I think that's been like, been the best way of doing it. Oh, wait! Aquila, thank you so much for the £10.31. That's very heckin' kind of you. Shifty Bluke's gonna be like, where's my 69? Aquila, thank you so much. That's heckin' kind. Jeez, thank you. That's very heckin' kind of you. Did you want to pick a couple of tattoos for the arm? You're more than welcome to, but you don't have to. It's completely up to you. Like, it's a completely up to you choice. I don't want you to feel like you have to. That's up to you. We have a whole tattoo of a tattoo of arms. We have a whole tattoo of arms. Having a mum who went through breast cancer is always heartwarming to see someone fighting for the fight. Wish I gave them no, don't. Anything matters. Honestly. Choose the one you like the look of. I'll see if I can fill in some gaps. We've got a lot of undersea ones, so maybe we'll boobs. I don't know if I have any boobs. Also, Chad, welcome on in. I see you up there. Been a little while since I've been here, but you're still in my thoughts. Hope you've been good. Thank you. You're a good one. You're a good one, Chad. I hope things been good. Vitamin D deficiency. Does that cause knee pain? Because I'm intrigued. I see. If you're worried, you can always go get a blood test at your local doctors, and they'll find out for you. What a lovely job. It is. It's a very fulfilling job. It's like one of those jobs where I never expected to go into it. When I trained to be a bra fitter, that's what I thought I'd always just be. And then when I had the opportunity, because I knew we did it where I was trained, because we do general fits as well, just normal fits for anyone. But I knew we did it there too. When they said, hey, after I've been fitting for like 6 months, do you want to be trained as a specialist fitter? We can send you off. And I went across, so I live in Wales. They sent me all the way to London. I was trained up in London, and then yeah, it was really good. It was really, really good. Lovely to hear that you're very passionate about your work and the people benefiting. Oh, thank you, Iso. That's very heckin' kind of you. Ah, dear. Oh, heck, that's really cool to know, Brunch. I think it can cause a lot of issues, right? And it's very easy to find out if you have it. Also, thank you for the hydrate. I shall do so, Nate. How goes it? I will raise this with my consultant. Yes. Hello, testing. How goes it? I'm just going to find a couple of interesting tattoos and pop them on my arm for Aquila. Ah, dear. We've got a couple of really weird ones, so I definitely pick those ones out. I've definitely seen some that I don't think anyone would pick, but they're very weird. So I'll pick those ones. There's one of them. I want to put the chair on my arm. I don't think anyone's gonna pick the chair, so I'm gonna put the chair on my arm. See, I made it. Welcome on in, Dem. How goes it? Oh, there's another one. I wonder if it's here still. I don't think I've used it. No, not that. There they are. I have a set of kawaii eyes. They're very, very, very silly. They're going on my arm. Thank you very much. Again, it's like so weirdly specific that I don't think anyone would pick them. We stand chair. We stand chair. I kind of have him sat on a straw. Oh god, I did kind of have him sit on a straw though. Also, I used my wrong scissors. No one look at that. Let me show you. Look at these. Oh no, but why am I showing that camera? You're not there. There's a chair. Oh wait, where are you? There you are. And the eyes. Oh, Matrix, I hope you're having a good day. You're not going to doctor again, are you, Jelly? Worried about what they might think of your arms? I'm not, no. Things are actually going pretty good for me health-wise. I've been like steadily improving. They put me on some new stuff and I've been like, yee! Things are going well. It took a minute, but we're getting there. Also, let me change screens because then you can watch. Oh, dear. Quiet chair time. I think I might need to switch over the other arm though because this is quite a big one. Unless, actually no, I might be able to fit it up there. Yeah, no, actually that'll fit up there nicely. There we go. We can fill in that space. We have space. Do not worry. Thanks for the eyes. I should ready to my appointment. Heck yeah! Nice. Right, let's get these ones. Oh no! Have I almost run out of water? Wait a second. I might have to go get some more water quickly before I do the chair. Because I've run out of water! A travesty! A travesty has occurred. I've run out of water. How am I supposed to put tattoos on without water? I know some of the works in general practice. She said many people have it because we go outside much less nowadays. Yeah! I heard as well that, at least in the UK, we barely get enough sun anyway. So, also, we barely go outside and we don't really get sun. So like, how are we meant to get vitamin D, huh? When there's no sun. There you go. 2 seconds. I'm just gonna get some water. Because I must have used a lot of it yesterday. Oh, so you must luck. Good luck with the work, Isacia. I hope that it goes well. I'll be right back. New comfort stream. You can't take my mind. Oh, Hoshi! That's heckin' kind of you. I'll be right back. I just have to get some water. I'm not gonna mute, so you can just listen to this, the sounds of my room. There we go. Water. There's also managed to get some fluff in the water, but I don't... You know, who's surprised? Who's really surprised that there's already fluff in the water? Not me. That's for sure. Okay. I need a chair on my arm. So glad I can still do basic adding this deep into half-term holiday. Adding this deep into half-term holidays. Heck yeah! Heck yeah! Honestly, it's better than me. I'm like this far into streaming. Oh, I think also I think I'm gonna stream over 100 hours this month, and I was wondering. I was like, man, I can barely speak. What's going on? I never stream this long. That's what's happening. I'm like here like blah 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 blah. What's going on? Speaking hard, can't speak. It's because I've streamed like 90 hours so far this October, which is very high for me. Oh, there's water on my desk. There you go. Too much water, too much water. You know what? Good stuff. I think this is the most I've ever streamed in a month. Very exciting. Hi Scar, how goes it? Fishes like salmon have Vit D. Really? Wait, so you can get your vitamin D from salmon? Also, do you like my chair? It's very close to my skin color, which I didn't realize. I have a skin tone chair, and then the kawaii face is over there. Oh dear. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Oh my god. What is happening? It's fine. I still want to save this arm for stupid phrases. Oh. Hi Sky, I hope you're having a good day. Angry chair. So angry. That's like the naughty chair. Right there. Got it on my arm. I actually really like the chair. The chair is cute. Very cute. Thank you so much for the tattoos. Shifty's gonna come in and be very confused as to where the 69 has gone. Found in a small number of food. Sources include oily fish, such as salmon, sardines. Oh, so I must get some Vit D from the sardines then. Because I do eat sardines. Herring and mackerel, red meat, liver, egg yolks, fortified foods. Ah, where'd I get the stickers? Okay, so these are temporary tattoos and I got them on Amazon. I wanted to get temporary tattoos that were like a little bit more unique and they didn't go into like superhero territory or things like that, because then they'd, you know, you wouldn't have as much choice when putting things on the arm. You couldn't be like, I want something food, or I want something like an animal or a season. And, you know, I wanted things where you could kind of choose what you put on the arm and they'd be a bit silly. So I picked that, and I'll be honest, I think they were like £5. I think they were about £5. I still want someone to choose. I am okay. You know what? I'm going out. If someone does do that, can they do it today? Because I'm going out to meet Shifty later. And it won't embarrass me half as much as it's going to embarrass Shifty. So if we are doing it, can we do it today? Because then I can go and meet up with Shifty like, yeah, Shifty, yeah, no, I'm doing fine. Also, it's like half an hour into the stream. I am doing the Mononoke bra. So Mononoke the anime, not Princess Mononoke the anime film. This is the anime series. So Mononoke is a kind of more horror themed-ish folk tale kind of anime. I'd really recommend watching it if you like kind of that sort of like folklore-ish sort of stories and you have an interest in anime. I think you'll like this. So it's split into stories, so you might have 1 or 2 to 3 episodes per story. Kind of like arcs, but very, very short. And the main character, the traveler, has a really, really beautiful like cloak and lots of layering. And I've done the design kind of based on that. We did this on stream, so a lot of people already have seen it, but if you haven't, there are some of the, like, I don't know what you'd call them, like, talismans, maybe? They're like, he throws them a lot to help with some of the things that are happening. I don't want to spoil the show, because it's a good show. But I'm going to have some of them draping underneath, and to do that, we're going to use the embroidery machine. I've already got that drawn up, and we're going to be putting some of the cotton in here. Yes. Get paid about. No, don't worry. Do not worry about it. It was just for the joke. Just for the joke. Do not worry. There's no pressure. I'm just here to embarrass Shifty. There we go. So this is our stabilizer fabric, which we'll need some of each time, and I'm going to put this in the embroidery machine. Once it starts, I'm happy just to leave it because it is a 14-minute embroidery and we will need multiple of it. So I'm just going to get it set up so that it's on its way, and then we'll leave it go. It's just that first like few seconds, sometimes it's gonna like shudder and stop. I want to get it past that stage where it doesn't keep shuddering and stopping, you know? There we go. Will it actually fit in this way? Because that'd be cool. Nah, not really. That's alright. Get that in there. This is just like an ivory cotton that I'm putting over the top of it. I'm using mainly cottons because I just think they look a little pretty. What's Shifty done this time? Shifty's not done anything, but I wanted to do something to embarrass Shifty a little bit. But Shifty's not done anything. It was more what I was gonna do. Also, Zero, I hope you are having a good week. Shifty has just been a good, unassuming bean. Oh dear. Blocker! How goes it? Oh hi. Oh hi, Blocker. I hope you're having a good week. Welcome on in. Okay, get that nice and tight. So we got like a nice drum. And I've actually already got the colour that I want in here, but I want to make sure that the bobbin is yeah. Yeah, it's already the colour I want, so I'm quite happy just to pop that in there and let that start. So if you've not seen the embroidery machine before, it literally just goes. There you go. It does my work for me. It's a pretty nifty little machine, honestly. So we set it up with some work to do, and it'll just do it. Yeah, so that's going to be going in the corner now. There's going to be some background noise. Poor Shifty with his guard down. I know. Oh, hi, lovely Jelly. How good? How are you? I'm good, thank you. Hecking good. We are doing the Mononoke. So I'm checking the tension. We're doing the Mononoke bar today. So it's just making some of the talismans, I think they're called, from the show. It's embroidering them up in the background. Meanwhile, I'm going to be working on the bra. Oh my god. Zero! Happy belated Venga birthday! Thank you for the happy belated Venga birthday! I appreciate it. It's fair. It was like 4 in the morning for you. No, thank you. It was a lovely birthday. We ate lots of sushi. It was good. That's all I want for my birthday is sushi. Oh dear. Right, I actually have some pattern pieces for this cup because I've made this cup before. Ooh. Yes. I've made it before. Right. So. Well, I think I made it taller. I don't know if I'm going to do that. But I might make it even taller in the middle. I might make it taller here. I don't know. We'll see. But anyway, I'll think about it. But for now, what we're going to be doing is making the cups. I think. I'm kind of thinking about it because I'm kind of making it like a regular bra. Do I even want the cups? Not sure. Not sure. Thing is, I kind of want this, I think, I kind of want this in the green, but then I'm going to cover it in another colour. It's kind of a confusing bra, to be honest. Do I want it in green and purple, or do I want it just in green? I think I want it just in green, yeah. And then it's going to get covered in purple? That sound right? Does this sound correct? Jelly is being lazy and has machine do the work. Exactly. The best way of being a seamstress is to be lazy and have your machine do the work for you. In fact, I'd argue that's the only way of being a seamstress. Machine do work for you. If you don't have the machine doing the work for you, what are you doing? You've got to be lazy. It's very important. Look, it's working so hard. And it's doing a great job. Much better than I'd have done. I think this is what I want to do, but I'm not sure. I have no confidence in it, truthfully, but I think this is what I want to do. So this is a really weird bra. It's got lots of folded over pieces that I'm not used to working with. So what I'll be doing is cutting these two pieces out and then cutting them out again in white so that the cup doesn't actually stretch. I might put something else over the top of it so the top part stretches, but generally this cup won't stretch. Yes, machine go brrr. Yeah, machine does go brrr. It's loud. Luckily, I've got these headphones now, which does cancel out some of the sound. I can still hear it, though. It's still pretty loud. But again, this is so much quicker. So much quicker than me doing it myself. I don't know, you can kind of see it in the screen, but like, it's just... Look at it going! Look at it going! Like, I can't do that. Like, look at it. It's just being fantastic over there. Like, wow. Look at that. Oh my god. Look at that. It is so skilled. So clever. Look at you over there. Look at you go. Oh my god. Such a smart machine. So clever. Look at it go. Oh my god. So we drew that up in Photoshop, and then we took it over to Embed, which is a digitizing software that works with an embroidery machine. So once we've drawn up in our digitizing software, I took it over with a card and put it into this, and now it has that on there. Yes. It's kind of the same way that 3D printing works, but instead of using like a 3D printing software, you use an embroidery software. Yeah. And of course, instead of 3D printing your work, it embroiders your work. Yeah. So that's kind of what's happening over there. But it's pretty cool, right? Very smart little machine. Although it's not a little machine, it's actually kind of huge. You need the anime blush eyes for it now. All of those compliments. Yes. I have actually got a couple of stickers on this machine, but I haven't got any stickers on that one yet. Maybe I'll find a sticker with some anime blush eyes and I'll be able to stick it on the machine so that it can blush. To be fair, I don't always throw compliments on my machines. A lot of the time I tell them off. I'm like, come on now, you're being a baby. I think last time I was using it, I was telling it was being a baby. Because it was. It was being a baby in front of the stream. It was having a tantrum and it wasn't doing the thing. Today it's being very good, but yesterday it was being a baby and throwing tantrums. It needed to be rethreaded every time, like twice. So I'd thread it with the correct thread and then it needed to be rethreaded again. And it's like, well, you don't actually need to be rethreaded, do you? You just want to be rethreaded. And it doesn't actually help you to be rethreaded, does it? It just takes me extra time. And that's kind of how it was yesterday. So I'm not always nice to it. I'm definitely not nice to it if it's being a baby. Yeah, he doesn't want to get told off again. I'm not surprised. He had a pretty harsh telling off yesterday, but it also deserved it. It was being a proper baby, it was. It doesn't want to get told off, it just needs to do what it's told. I've given it very simple instructions, and I know I've, you know, what do you call it? I've digitized it correctly, so at this point, it's just on it. And I've also, like, put the thread through it correctly, so really, it is just being a baby, for no good reason. These ones, and then I just want to cut those out also from this one. if I have enough. Will I have enough for that? Probably not. So I'm not out of instead. It just needs an inside bit too. Go. So I'll leave one pin in there so they don't fall apart. Go. Yeah, like the more I look at it, the more I'm like, this doesn't really need a, what to call it? It doesn't really need an actual cup in it. I don't know. I really thought that it would, but I'm kind of feeling a no cup bra. Thank you so much for the horn. Who did it? Tap! Thank you for the horn, Tap. How goes your day? I hope it is going well for you. We are making the Mononoke bra today. And there we go. There we go. Let's get these cut out. And it's doing such a good job over there. Nice going, machine. You're doing great. Very nice. Keep on doing it. Ah, dear. Go and to here. My only hope today is that these dry in time because I'm gonna have to make quite a few of them. It says they all take 15 minutes. They don't have as long to dry. So basically they've all gonna have dissolvable fabric on the back because that's the stabilizer that I'm using. I'm using quite a thin stabilizer since they're all gonna be going onto bras. But since it's dissolvable, it needs to go into water. Oh, and Tap! Thank you so much for the heckin' host as well. That's also very kind of you. Jeez. I hope things are going well. More of a dawn here. Want to pop in and spread the love and catch some of the machine ASMR as you drift off. Oh, bless you. Well, I hope you get some good sleep. Thank you so much for popping by. Yeah, the embroidery machine's going to be whirring for a good while over here. Some good words. Go. I'll have to actually watch one of the streams back and see how loud it is, because even after we finish the bra stuff, my embroidery machine's going to be used quite a bit coming up because of the Mateus cosplay, so I have to actually find out how loud it is, because of course I only know how loud it is to my ears. I don't know how loud it is to you guys, so I have to go back and listen to it. I don't like going back and listening to my own streams very much, to be quite honest. But in this particular case, I probably should, just so I know for sure. My old machines are the printing photos. Oh, did they make a similar sound for printing? Really? Actually, no, I could see that because I guess printers do make somewhat similar kind of clunking noises. I need to go see how loud it is for you. Embroidery machine 2, is that newish at all? See, everyone thinks that it's new. It's not. It's not new at all. It's just, so I'd say for me at least, as a cosplayer, it's more like a, what do you call it? A luxury item. It's not something that I use for every single cosplay. And I've had this for years. I've had this since way before I started streaming. And yeah, not new at all. But I don't use it for anything other than the really big cosplays because it's a bit more expensive to run and it's more time consuming, the process that goes into it. So I only use it for the really big costumes. But it's not new. I've always had it underneath my screen as like a piece of my equipment. But I guess just because I don't bring it out on stream. I also, before, could never have it on show because my stream setup didn't allow for it. So it's only recently that I've been able to have it on show. After a while, it starts to sound soothing like the ocean. Does it? Oh, heck yeah. I'll get them running lovely, and then they set off an alarm like, I'm not working, and I check it and start printing fine, and I end up talking to like, what's wrong with you? Stop complaining, get on with it. That's what I talk like to my machines. I'm like, listen here now. I've given you a high quality thread. I've spent hours digitizing you, and this is how you treat me? Like, come on now. You're not going to get better, so you might as well stop acting up and start doing my embroidery. Yeah, it's basically how I treat my machines. Okay, 2 seconds. I just need to know the ups and the downs. Oh, thank you. That is one done. So, it's going to need a bit of trimming, but... Cute! See how quick that was as well? That's just something that I couldn't do by hand anywhere near as quick. And I've also got it on the back too. So I'm just gonna take this out and put in a new one so that I can start setting up for the next one. Spent half an hour calibrating all the colours and checking the paper, and I had the nerve to act up. I know! That's exactly how I feel about this one, where I'm like, come on now. I gave you nice thread. I spent ages digitizing all of this. And then you tell me that I need to rethread the machine 3 times. And I thread it at the same time every single time, so it's not like I'm doing anything different. And it's just being a baby. It's just being a baby. There's like no way around it. It is just being a baby. But you know what? It creates lovely things, so I can't complain too much. There we go. And get the next one in. How are we doing on bobbin? We're going good on bobbin. Oh, incredible. I remember you mentioning one before. I have to get some more specific details sometimes. May consider one. So if you're considering the one that I've got, it's under the stream. It tell you exactly what I have. But I would always recommend doing a lot of research into embroidery machines, because you're not just buying an embroidery machine, you'll also have to buy digitizing software. And honestly, the digitizing software is where you're going to have to do a lot of research, because that's it's an extra expense on top of the embroidery machine. So you'll be spending like at least 600 quid probably on your embroidery machine, and then a few extra 100 quid on your digitizing software. So it's quite an expense. That's why I'll always say that it's a luxury item, because it is expensive. It is not cheap. Good. There you go. But for someone who uses it a lot, or does this kind of stuff a lot, it is very useful. It gets you a look that you can't really obtain very easily, and I would recommend it. But it's not something I would pick up unless you were very well off on a whimsy, if that makes sense, because it is expensive. It would be an expensive impulse buy. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. So now you just kind of have to go through and trim up all of the threads, since it'll jump around and leave some of the threads on my one, which is okay. They're not difficult to spot. There would be a way to avoid this, but literally I'd have to make every single one of these a different colour when digitizing it. I'm too lazy to do that. Dear, yeah. I'm sure it's no walk in the park. There's not much in the way of alternative softwares. No. So digitizing software is something that will be licensed to you. It's a one-off purchase, kind of similar to... Oh, actually, not too much else. It's not like Photoshop and things like that where it's a monthly purchase. It is like a one-off purchase that you'll buy. But there aren't really ones which you can get for free. The only ones that you can get for free will not let you take it to your embroidery to your embroidery machine. So they'll let you draw it up, but they won't let you convert it to an embroidery software compatible format. So they'll let you do all of the digitizing, but they won't let you convert it. So there's really no reason to get the free ones. Unless you want to just practice digitizing. Yeah. So while technically free ones are out there, they are not useful if you are actually wanting to take it to an embroidery machine. Yeah. I think there are much cheaper ones, like Sew Art. I used Sew Art in the past. Sew Art will not give you as much freedom with your digitizing as some of the others will, and it's still like 100 quid. I paid nearly double that. I paid about 180, and I'm so much happier with the one that I've gotten. The thing is, it's a one-time purchase, so it's just getting the one that you're happy with. A balance between the amount that you pay and the amount that you get. You're going to want to do a lot of research because there are so many options for the ones that you can get, and it's going to be whichever one is right for you at the end of the day. But they are expensive. They go... Like, one of the most common ones people get, if they do it for, like, a lot, is the Brother one. The Brother digitizing software. That's £999. That's over $1,000. And that's just the software. That's not including an embroidery machine. That's just the software, and that's one of the most common ones people get. So it's a minefield. We'll put it like that. It's a minefield. Morning, Gav. How goes it? I hope you're having a good day. Welcome on in. I do recall a few streams transferring sketches and designs into those softwares. Yeah! That would be our digitizing streams. We did quite a few of them. Especially when we were doing the bra designs and the Mateus stuff. We'll be doing more of those in the future too. Trim. Everything's trimmed. There we go. It takes a while to trim these down because they've got quite a bit of thread, but once they're done, they look nice and neat. You can just cut them out. I'm going to give them a bit of a seam allowance because I'm going to fold them over. But there we go. For now, that'll do. Probably don't need quite so much, but that's okay. Go. Cute. It's just so neat. Like, you can't really do that any other way. And I have that exact neatness replicated on the back too. Yeah. Adobe level pricing. Yeah. Not so software. That's hard. So I'll be folding that over. Maybe just trim it a little more here. But it is... Again, I don't say this to put anyone off getting an embroidery machine because, like I said, it creates things that are very difficult to create any other way. They are wonderful machines, but it's more like so that you don't trip into it and get stuck not being able to make anything, because it's like a sudden like, wait a minute, I have to pay for this, and this. Yeah, there's a lot to pay for. So yeah, it's more for that reason that I like to mention it. Not because I don't think you should get one, because they are wonderful and I would always recommend them. They're really, really good. But I just don't want people to get, what do you call it, caught out by what embroidery machines kind of ask for. Just get all that glue out of there. Squeeze all of that. How are you doing over there? Halfway through? Okay. Now it's very wet, but it is now just a piece of cotton. Let's get some of the water out of it and leave to one side. Go. Sticky, 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 sticky. Ah, dear. Posted a music pic? Nice. Shafted by 1,000 bill for software. Yeah. Well, that's it. It's like, the thing is, there are other softwares out there, but when you originally search for your software, the only one that you're going to get, shown is the brother one. So Gev, I swear. Is that eyes? Is that all eyes? That's terrifying. Gev! Who did it? Who did that? It's a great bra though. 10 out of 10 would make. But my god. Oh dear. Gev, I swear. There we go. Is that the way around? No, it's meant to be like that. Okay. Yeah, like that. Yeah, it's a pretty intense build to receive, or like when you reality thing to receive when you first start looking at the potential options you get for digitizing software. When the one that's continuously thrown in your face is the brother one. It's not the only one, and you know, hopefully pretty quickly you'll start to see the other ones. But when you first start searching digitizing software, the brother one is the first one that's going to start popping up for you. Almost guarantee it. Because it's like the easiest one to buy. It's one of the most user-friendly ones. It's so highly promoted, and it's got the most tutorials for it. So like the one you're going to see is the brother one, and it is steep. It is a steep price for that one. Again, not the only one out there. There are other options. But yeah, that's the first one you'll see. Oh, I'm quite happy with the one that I'm using, but like I'll also admit that it definitely doesn't have the same range as features as the brother one has. Apologies. No, it doesn't bother me. I like it. It's a good bra. Good bra. Oh dear. Yeah, it's hard for me because it's a machine for one more process I want expedited. I don't know what process and machines I'll be the most comfortable with, get the most out of. Besides inkjet and sublimation printing, embroidering, all that stuff. The best bet for you, maybe, Turk, would be to see if anyone rents them nearby, to give you a taste of like potentially using one that already you can like borrow first before actually committing to purchasing it. That would be my recommendation to anyone, if they can rent one before actually using it, because embroidery machine has a really steep learning curve, and see if you actually enjoy using it, and that way, if it's not something you're going to enjoy, or if you find that actually you don't think you're going to have as much of a use for it, you haven't wasted over £1,000 maybe purchasing the machine and the software. But if you do get one, you know, you do borrow one somewhere for like, or rent one or something, and you do find that actually you do really like it. And I'd say the same with an overlocker too, because I'd say an overlocker is also something that I'd consider a luxury piece of gear. You do really find it useful, it easily integrates into the gear that you already have, it becomes just a piece of your equipment like that, then yeah, save up, get one. Because otherwise you might find that it just becomes like something that gathers dust in the corner of your room very easily, right? And that's not good for anyone. Most of all you. Go. I know not everywhere does that kind of service, but if you do have it somewhere near you, that would be really good. Go. Oh, and again, this is less to Terp and more to like everyone in general. I'd never recommend getting an embroidery machine as your first machine. Never. Technically, it does do sewing on it too, but it's very limited in its use comparatively to a sewing machine. And as much as it's a really cool piece of kit to have, if it's the first piece of kit you're looking at, you'll become very limited very quickly. And the same with an overlocker. I wouldn't necessarily recommend it as the first piece of kit to get. You get a sewing machine first. Yeah. I think sometimes because they're both really useful pieces of kit, often online they can get promoted as being like the best, they're really useful. And they are, if you already have a sewing machine that is very good. Yeah. Often best to invest in a good sewing machine first and then invest in the other bits. There we go. You can't see my tattoos. That's no good. I'd have them on show. Back through there. Aye. If your O2 was an overlocker, every sewing starts to look like the edge of fabric is a bit of fabric. The fabric. It would very much limit you. You could do leggings. They'd look great. I don't think I'll look around. As retail stores, I can at least use for commissioning small individual designs. Is an overlocker a more advanced machine than a serger? A serger and an overlocker is the same thing. They're just... Where in the world do you live and what would you like to call it? It's the same thing. Sergers, overlockers, same. It's the same thing. Yeah. This is like aubergine, eggplant. Oh dear. Batting wadding. Yeah, it's just wherever you live is what you'll call it. did have one person tell me they'd never get an overlocker because surges were better, but I'm pretty sure they're the exact same thing. I don't know. I'll double check it, but I'm 99% sure surges are overlockers. They're literally just, you know, eggplant aubergine kind of thing. Depends where you live in the world is what you call it. Could also be a brand thing, potentially. I don't know. I'm just gonna get these cups done really quickly. But, because if I I could hold off on doing them, but I think it'd just be easier to quickly get the cups done rather than leaving them. So I'm just gonna quickly get the cups done and then at least the white part which I just pinned, and then I'll take that out of the machine and get the next bit set up. Just because I have them pinned, you know? There we go. Very nice. This is going to be the lining of the cup. Very nice. On one side. Oh, let's do the lining of the cup on the other side. Yams. Yams. Is that an overlocker too? Yeah, it's with any piece of kit like that, where you don't need it to start, but they are like a lovely extra item. It's just a kind of thing of being like, because they are quite expensive. Nothing with sewing is super cheap when you start getting into the more mechanical side of things. Technically there are very cheap sewing machines, but I don't know how much faith I'd put in them often if you're looking to go into cosplay specifically. Because cosplay you sew through very unusual materials, so often you need a machine that can do the all fabrics including stretch and upholstery kind of guide. And for that you need a slightly better machine. And once you go into those, everything is a little bit more expensive. And then, of course, when you go into embroidery machines and serges or overlockers, again, more expensive. Everything is more expensive. So you just have to do more of your own research. The best thing I could always list out for you to do is, what do you want to do? What is your ideal... What is the ideal stuff in an ideal world that you'd be making in your house? Like, what do you really want to be able to make? Like, if you could wake up tomorrow, you had a free day, what would you make? Not thinking about the skills that you have. So take that out of the equation, but just what would you make? And list out the things that you'd make. And ignore your skills, ignore your equipment, what would you make? And have a little look at the things you'd make, and then start looking at the equipment that you'd actually need to make that. That's what I'd always recommend people buying their first machine, and if you're looking to upgrade, it's the same kind of thing. Because, for instance, I was looking at doing costumes. I wanted to do especially at the time when I was buying this machine, I was doing more cute costumes. I always like the detail, a lot of devil and detail. I really wanted free motion. I was quite like being able to drop the free feed and do free motion on this one. So I got a machine that could do embroidery stitches, free motion embroidery. That meant that I could control the speed of how fast I went on this part of the machine, which is really useful for me since I have a very twitchy foot. And other than that, it's done everything that I need. It has 100 stitches on it. That's been fantastic for me. And I got this machine X display, so it was at a huge reduction. And I literally just waited for this to come along. I wasn't in a huge rush. I waited until something came along which fit the description of the things that I wanted in the machine. I had a list and I waited. And when this came along, I got it at half price, I believe. It was around that. I think it was $360 originally and I got it for $180. So, yeah. Which was a great reduction. And I've had it for years and it's been fantastic. I got this one at a good reduction too. In fact, I've basically got all of my machinery at a reduction because I've not gone out desperate to buy something. I've waited, I've made a list of the things that I want, waited for something with that specification to come along in a reduction and picked it up then. Yeah. And I probably would recommend that to most people unless you're desperate to start now. Unless it is your very first machine and you just want to go. And if that's the case, again, make a list of what you're doing. If you're doing cosplay, you're going to want an upholstery grade machine. I just tell you now, you're going to want an upholstery grade machine if you're doing cosplay. Sorry. Which means when you're looking at your machine specifications, scroll down, see what fabrics it can do, make sure that it can do at least upholstery. Household machines can easily go for upholstery if they're strong enough. Normally it does come with a slightly higher price tag, but it's like 30, 40 quid higher than the machine below. So just make sure you save an extra 30, 40 quid. Sometimes sales reps won't tell you that to make a sale. So just tell them, I want a machine that goes through upholstery fabrics. That's what I want. Yeah. And then that's it. Simple machine that can go through upholstery fabrics. That's all you want. Yes. I started making a to-do list of all the things that I need to remember to do eventually do, and I realised that most of the things were just me getting around to buying things. Yeah, a lot of the things that I need to do are like, damn, I need to get this, I need to get this, I need to get this, I need to get around to doing this. A few of the things were messaging people, and I was like, man, I can just do that now. But I still needed to do it. Oh, Surgeon Jelly. Oh no, I don't. You're speaking in big words. I don't know what the big words mean. Oh no. Quilted pockets, quilted pockets. But for quilted pockets, you would need free motion more than you would need this. Chickpeas and dates too. Oh. Right? Terp? You would need a free motion sewing machine, not an embroidery machine. Because free motion sewing would do good quilting. Embroidery machine would not do good quilting. I want to sew a curtain in some yoga pants. That's what I want to do. Goes into sewing machine shop. Yes, actually, I was really thinking. I specifically want to sew my curtains into yoga pants. What? No, that's all I want to do. I have one job. I need a machine that can do this for me. Do you have sewing experience? I will do once I sew my curtains into yoga pants. You would need quite a strong machine to do that, to be fair, because that's stretch and upholstery. So that's covering both sides of that. There we go. Oh. I need to get a wok, a new stock pot, a new quilt cover, spice grinder. We need like a spice rack, honestly, because whenever we need a spice, we're like looking at all the pots like, no idea. And they're all just in a cupboard, like, I have no idea. Something to sort our spices out, because like, our spices are an absolute nightmare. We never have any idea what's going on in there. And for like the last year now, we've been looking at it like, this is a problem. We need to sort this out, and we still haven't done it. All the things we're putting off. No, I know, lol, that's just one of my favourite aesthetics right now. That's fair. And if that's one of your aesthetics, you write that down, and then what you would need for that is free motion. So then, like, you'd put a little dash next to it, and you need free motion sewing capabilities. That's something you need, if that makes sense. So that's something you'd be saving up for, and that might be a new sewing machine. Does that make sense? That's what you're doing. And then if you need a new sewing machine, a new embroidery machine, and a new overlocker, which of those would actually take priority? Would it maybe be the new sewing machine? Potentially. Because that's going to give you the most diversity of things you can actually do. Whereas the embroidery machine can do one thing, overlocker can do one thing, sewing machine could do hundreds of things. That's why it's important, though, to list out all the things you want to do. Because it might be that you want to do 10 things, and one of those is embroider, and one of those is overlock. But 8 of those are things that a new sewing machine could do, if that makes sense. And so then it makes a lot more sense to actually invest in a new sewing machine than it does to invest in one of the other 2 things. And also, a sewing machine is much cheaper. All things I'm putting off out of laziness. That's exactly why I said it. It's an easy way to get everything you need in one request. That's true. That's very true. Stretchy curtains. Oh dear. You know, I don't really make leggings. Leggings are one of the things I kind of avoid. I could do it, but I never really do it. Because all the edges would be very annoying. So I just avoid them. You know? I maybe would make leggings if I'd made custom legging fabric. Yes. Could embroidery machines used to make the sew on iron-on patches? That's basically all it does. Embroidery machines make appliques. Well, they make appliques, and if you want them to make custom appliques, that's when you have to get digitizing software. But that is all an embroidery machine does. That's all it does. That's what I'm doing right now, see? This is my custom applique. That is all it does. Yes. So you can sew names into things, you can sew appliques into things, and if you sew the applique onto an iron-on backing, it would be an iron-on patch. Yes. But that is what it does. Yes. It's very useful for cosplay. A lot of people that do baby clothes use it as well, because it gives you the option to sew baby names into the clothing. So like a lot of baby clothes sales people will have one because it means it gives you the opportunity to customize the clothes further. It's also, they're pretty used by people that do logo designs because it gives you the opportunity to mass print out logos for people. So you can make a business out of printing logos for people. Yep. Of course, it does somewhat depend on how complicated the logo is, because if it's very, very complicated, you might need an industrial one. Household ones can only do so complicated of a design, but yeah, that's kind of how they're used. Business logos on polo tops, yeah. Or for instance, we could do the Boobtober logo, but bear in mind this is the size of my hoopers. And technically, it's only 10 centimeters by 10 centimeters, so I couldn't do anything bigger than that. Anything bigger than 10 centimeters by 10 centimeters is a no-go. So that's why it's really useful for baby names, logos, and cosplay applique. For me in particular, but like, it would be difficult to do anything much larger than that. If you wanted anything much larger than that, you'd be looking at a more expensive machine. Embroidery machines can easily go into the thousands, or you'd be looking at an industrial machine, which is, you can buy household industrial machines, but they're very expensive. I guess that's really for businesses. If it's going to become your business, then fair. But if it's not to become your business, I probably wouldn't recommend it. There we go. The positive thing about this though is once you have a design that works and that you've digitized it in a way that prints correctly and that you're happy with the print, you can print it over and over and over and over again onto basically anything that isn't crazily thick or crazily thin, because then you will have to like maybe alter the tension a little bit and stuff like that. But for instance, like I said yesterday, if I really liked this design and I wanted it on something else, say, I finished this bra and I was like, but actually I really like this design, I could take a top and print it onto the pocket or something like that. Or I could take a hat and print it onto the hat. So it does give you a lot of freedom to do stuff like that. Honestly, the difficult bit is getting it to the stage where it prints up correctly in the way that you like it. Getting it to that stage is the hard bit. I think the most immediate thing I would consider is a more open sewing machine for thicker regular fabrics. If your machine struggles with thick fabrics, I would probably recommend an upgrade at least to that, and with a few maybe extra add-ons. Probably. Because bear in mind, if you're also thinking to sew through potentially appliques like these get very thick. Because you're adding a lot of thread onto this. So these get very thick. So if at any point you were like thinking to sew through these, stuff like that, attach it to other stuff, do mixed media, you'd at least need a machine that could go for upholstery fabric with these if you were going to sew through the thread with a machine. And a lot of the time you might be hand stitching it, but it gives you extra options if your machine could do upholstery. If you don't have an upholstery grade machine, that's going to make it quite difficult for you. And like you said, free motion is really good for quilting. There are a lot of other features you can upgrade to with your sewing machine. I don't have all of them. It's just, it's getting the ones that are going to be good for you, right? Like, oh, I should also set this up for the next one. Like, there'll be some that will be more useful for you and some that will be absolutely useless for you. But only you know which ones you're going to like and want. And like you said, if you had a particular patch that you wanted, you could always commission it. And it'd be a lot cheaper than like the grand you'd probably spend on buying an embroidery machine right now. With the digitizing software. And then maybe down the line, grab it later. Like, I know a couple people that got embroidery machines recently. In fact, I know a couple people that got embroidery machines basically in the same week. It was quite a coincidence. I've known no one to get an embroidery machine for years, and then I got two people that got one in like the same week. And both of them, they very much enjoyed it. I think, from what I can tell, they're really getting into it and really liking it. But one of them got quite an expensive one. Got quite a nifty one with a much bigger hoop than mine, so it can do much bigger embroideries. But they're really enjoying it. And the other one, I think they're both having a bit of trouble with the digitizing part, but that takes a bit of time, to be fair. It is a really steep learning curve, but they're both really enjoying it from what I can tell. So it is fun. I will say both of them though have embroidered, and it is kind of their business of embroidery. So it kind of made sense. I think both of them will be using it as part of their business. But yeah, I mean, again, they did seem to be having fun with it at least. Oh yeah, get that nice and tight in there. And I have fun with it. I think it is a fun machine to have. But man, is it a pain in the arse half the time. Proper pain in the arse, this machine is. Very expensive. More expensive than an overlocker, that's for sure. Between the two, this one's far more. More expensive to run, because it uses only a specific type of thread. It's very picky. Oh my god. Picky, it's a picky machine, it's expensive to run. But it does its job, doesn't it? And we love it. Right, where did I put my other one? Oh yeah, it's on the floor, it's drying. Right, let's cut this one out, shall we? Mary, how goes it? I hope you're having a good day. Welcome on in. We are just making some talismans for our Mononoke cosplay? No, bra. We're not doing a cosplay right now, we're doing a bra. I know what I'm doing. Trying to focus on the open arm accessibility is equally as important as thicker fabric. Are there any sewing machines beyond hand sewing that's key focus, accessibility and maneuverability? I am not going to be able to recommend you specific sewing machines. I'll tell you that right now. That's not going to be my job here. I probably will never recommend anyone a specific sewing machine. More... what would you say? Because there are so many. And it's difficult because where you live in the world, there are like, how to put it with sewing machines. Depending on where you live in the world, there will be better ones for you. And this is what I'd always say, because people will always come out and chat and recommend the type of machine they have, or the type of recommend the machine that they might have had in the past or other people might have around them. The best type of machine you can get for you is a brand that is easy for you to buy more parts for. So for instance, if in your area they sell a lot of Brother machines and they sell lots of parts for Brother machine, get Brother, for instance. Great choice for you, because you know Brother's a good brand and there's lots of Brother machines and it's really easy for you to get Brother parts. It's going to be really easy for you. But on the flip side, you know Brother's a good brand, but you've never seen a Brother machine and you've never seen Brother feet and you've never seen Brother parts. Don't get a Brother machine, because it's going to be a pain in the ass for you to have to order parts in every time you want to do something new with your machine. So, what I would always recommend is look locally, see what brands are available to you, see what they sell in your local stores, see what feet are available to you, see what needles are available to you, because on Twitch it's very worldwide and what they sell in your stores is probably very different to what they sell in my stores. Yes, and the feet, like I change foot for different projects, like for instance, like getting an open hoop foot and a hoop foot, those are specialized feet for free motion for me, and I had to pick those up. They didn't come with my machine. I had to pick those up. It'd be a pain in the ass to order like a £4 foot online every time that I wanted something new, and some of the foot are a bit more expensive than that, but it'd be a pain in the ass to have to order that online every time I needed a new one. So that what I would do is just nip down the local shop and buy one. And it's really nice and easy. Now, if I had to order that from Germany, that would be a pain. That's such a long way. That's such a long way to order that from. I'd be waiting for weeks. And for you, you'd be waiting even longer, right? So see what they sell locally to you. Dear. That's what I'd say. That's what I'd say. Most of the time, brands have a whole range of machines, like from the very beginner ones all the way up intermediate and expert level. So yeah, see what's close by to you, see what they do, and yeah, that's what I'd recommend. And it also, normally if they sell the machines close to you, it's much easier to find a, off the display model or a second-hand model that's being sold much cheaper. Yes. That is one of the problems I kind of have with Twitch, is people very easily forget that it's a worldwide audience and that it's what might be easy for one person to get is very difficult for other people to get. So while your machine might be really good, it's not so good if for somebody else a different side of the world you have to wait 20 years for needles or 20 years for a new part to appear. So yeah, it could be a fantastic machine but a nightmare to fix. So that's what you're looking for, and that's why I'll never recommend someone a machine, is because I could recommend you a machine which is a nightmare for you long term. So, and the likelihood is at some point you'll need your machine maintenance. And if I recommended you a good machine that I think is good, but that you have to order parts from for the other side of the world to get fixed, that they don't stock locally for you, that's not actually good for you. That's actually a pain in the arse. So yeah, I'm not going to recommend you a machine, and that's why. But not because I don't care, just because I can't. I can only really recommend machines to people that live locally to me. And that would be doxing myself. Yeah. Specialized feet for denim, for different types of embroidery, seams, sleeves. Also, Queso, how goes it? I hope you're having a good day. Welcome on in. I have Benina. It's not as maneuverable with the fabric as when I worked on industrial machine. Oh, it would never be. Industrial is always going to be very different. Not a cheap one of those feasible. Unless you get a, I would not recommend an industrial for a couple of reasons most of the time. Unless you can get it secondhand or ex-display. It's very difficult to get bobbins for industrial machines in stores. Most haberdasheries don't stock industrial bobbins or industrial needles. So I often wouldn't recommend getting an industrial machine these days because you'll have to order all of your parts online. And again, for the same reason I just mentioned, if you're having to order everything, every time a needle snaps, you might be stuck weeks within, between your projects because you're waiting for a needle. That's the only reason. Not because industrials aren't good machines, but because most of the time they aren't stocked in regular haberdasheries anymore. Yeah. Hello, Shadow, how goes it? I hope you're having a good day. Welcome on in. Good advice. Oh, thank you for the horn. Your sewing machine purchase decision depends entirely on your area shipping arrangements with Germany. Yeah. Germany, yeah. How's Germany doing? Will they ship to you? How are they feeling? Are they having a good day? Do they fancy coming to your area? Oh, it's like... oh, the part game again. Yeah, but the thing is, if you go to your haberdashery, like, leave Terp, when it becomes daytime for you, leave the stream, go outside, go, leave, go to your haberdashery, wherever is closest to you that sells sewing machines, go, leave, and have a look at what parts they sell, or what sewing machines they sell. Just look at the brands, just look at what brands, make a list of the brands. Those are the brands that have parts in your area. Those ones. Okay? That's the ones. Oh, hot single German sewing machines in your area. Listen, I wasn't going to say it. I'm having a best of nights, but I've been thinking of a list. Oh, okay, Shadow. I hope you'll feel better soon. Did any of the boats launch themselves in the queue shipping canals? That's a question you have to ask yourself. I was at the first meeting of local seamless community. It was... Minimal, you've just come in, but get out. If you're in a weird machine, keep spare parts on hand. Have spare needles ready to go. Yeah, I'd say if you're someone who has an industrial machine, your best bet is going to be order spare bobbins and order spare needles when you do order them. Because, and especially with things like double needles, where you might only get one per box, get extra of them, because if your one double needle goes and you need it, you will be waiting a few weeks for a new one, wherever you are. So the amount of people I've come across with an industrial machine that just can't get new parts. Yeah, if you have an industrial, order extras of everything. It's not that your machine is bad. That's not what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is your machine is a nightmare to get parts for. As like, yeah. Yep. Not for everyone, but for most people. They won't sell them in haberdasheries. With the frame thing I saw you were doing, I got an internship I finished a couple of weeks ago when I was helping prepare tons of t-shirts that were going to get embroideries on them. Oh, lovely. Heckin' lovely. I think I get what you're saying. Yeah, you get what I say. Okay, if you've no haberdasheries in your areas, that's fair. See what's being sold in your area. See what can ship to you easily. It might be more of an online job for you if that's the case anyway, but to see what's available to you easily, yes. Oh, a drawing tablet. Oh, lovely. It's also very late for me. Night for you. If you need to get some rest, please do. Please do not let me keep you from your sleeps. What are you doing over there? Oh, you're coming along quickly. It's because I went on a bit of a rant about sewing machines, isn't it? There we go. Second one. Ah, dear. Ooh. I will say, my jaw is hurting a little. We'll see how long I can go today. I want to think that it's because of the tooth. But I also think it's somewhat to do with the headphones. We'll see. I think it's mainly the headphones, actually. Because the tooth's doing good. My tooth's being a good bean. Being on the road, drawing on the move, on a regular sketching pad. Ooh! The only things around here seems like it's time to feed the chickens and milk the— oh god. Oh god. I've never milked a cow, but I'm curious. I'm curious. I have a curiosity on what milking a cow would be like. I guess just because it's something I've never done. I've like fed cows, I think. I've fed goats for sure. But I've never milked a cow. I'm just curious, you know? The word haberdashery will forever remind me of the department stores of the city. That did the old school staff member controlling riding the elevator and telling you what something's for when you arrive thing until the late 90s. I was gonna know what haberdashery was before it was a weird word that they'd always say they'd be like, haberdashery. Oh, the haberdashery, yes. We had in this small town growing up, there was a little haberdashery. And that's kind of just what it makes me think of. Of course, I've been to a lot of them since, but like, it always reminds me of the little one, the town growing up, because I think that was literally just called the haberdashery. And it just makes me think of that. The haberdashery. Haven't either, but I do live in a rather rural area. No cows? Oh. Oh. And I've been going to into the more digital aspects of drawing. Oh, okay. Fair. That's cool though. It's nice to try changing mediums every now and again. Go. And we need to pin these ones together. Go. We need this and this, this and this. Woo. I finished another one, thank you. There's one more to go. Although I do want to just quickly get this bit done. Since this will be the cup. Go. Let's just do this bit quickly and then I will sort that so it fits that. Go. I might just take this off for a second and see if that's what's causing it. Yeah, that's definitely it. I wonder. I'm gonna keep my headphones off for just a second because the headphones are really, really soft and they definitely feel like pillows, but my ears and my jaw kind of hurt when I'm wearing them. Is that just a new headphone kind of thing? Does people know? Does people know if that's just a headphone, like new headphone type thing, and if that's gonna get better? Because I really like my new headphones, and I want to wear them. I do. But right now my jaw kind of hurts if I wear them. What do you think? Speaking of department store, went into administration bankruptcy. Oh no, surprising no one. I mean, it's a department store, right? That's kind of just what happens. Having the cool stuff. Oh heck. Oh heck. Love trying that as well. Don't get me wrong, but looking down or being crumbled over distance makes me dizzy. That's fair, that's fair. Saw my neighbor birth a goat once. Oh, that's crazy. Was your neighbor? Right, no, I get what you mean actually. A friend who did have horse stables next to the house. I've seen a lot of horses give birth. Like I've seen a lot of horses give birth, but never a cow. Only horses. Can't be drawing for a long time on the move. Without being car sick. Yeah, I need a break off on the drawing process and have a look out the window. That's fair. Honestly, I can't really do anything in the car because I just get tired. Like the car just makes me fall asleep. So. I'm very unproductive while traveling. I'm just like, oh dear. 2 seconds, everyone. I'm gonna be a bit vain and look in the mirror. I don't know what's happening, but my ears feel very odd. Very, very odd. Ooh. Ooh, well. Well, would you look at that? Well, well, well. Oh, I tell you, no wonder they hurt. They look like how to put it? They look like, what's it called? You see it in movies sometimes. I'm sure it happens in real life too. When someone when you suck on your skin and it makes all of the blood vessels come on the surface. It looks like that's happened on the rim of my ear. Do you know what I'm talking about? Probably not the best description, but when you suck on the skin, the blood vessels come to the surface, and yeah, it looks like that on my ear cartilage. I'm just gonna keep them off for a minute. A hickey, yeah! It looks like my ear is a hickey. My ear looks like a hickey. That's what it looks like. My headphones have given my ear a hickey. On both sides. That's what I was thinking of. Thank you, thank you. Could be the cause of your headphones, be wary and all your jaw pain with the migraines though. I don't really get that with migraines, to be honest. I get what you're saying. I'm pretty good with the jaw is definitely like the bat. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. It's heckin' kind of you. Welcome on in. Oh, I'm sorry I couldn't hear the alert. I've taken my headphones off. Ah, dear. This is no man's land in target demographic. It's not cheap, it's not fancy, nor is it fashionable. No, it's kind of just like a kind of land. Like, I don't know why it's there, but it's there. Ah, dear. Bruise contortion for non-deviants. Yeah. Spicy. I've got spicy ear hickey from my headphones. Ah, dear. Wait, you did an egg smash. I couldn't hear it, but I'm sure that it happened. Jelly! Feathered! It worked! It bloody well worked! My own design, digitized by— Yay! We've been doing some stuff today. Was it the flames? Was it the wrist flames or was it something else? What did you do? I'm curious. Tell me. And I'm glad that it worked. Congratulations! Egg. Dear Mr. Senhai, so your products gave me an ear hickey and I demand a refund. I'm not a crackpot, sincerely, AC. Oh no. But the thing is, it was a gift. And also, they're really soft. I have stupid ears. Like, my ears reject everything other than the broken headphones. And I'm, like, the broken 15 quid Amazon headphones. And I'm not quite sure what to do. We reject everything other than ultimate cheapness. Help? Ah, dear. We've been doing a bit of digitizing ourselves today, so we've got these little, they're gonna be little talismans that come off the bra. They're quite big, actually. They say little, they're actually quite large. It's the flames done on chiffon. Barely any puckering at all. Hey, I'm doing a chair jig! A chair jig! Heck yeah! You got the tension good? Nice. Was it really low by any chance? Was your tension in the floor? I'm just wondering. Oh dear. Right, let me get the last one in quickly. And the white. Next step, you have the tablet already. Do you have the tablet already? Oh. Are your ears allergic to quality? Yes. We hate quality products. We only like cheap. That's why we like hot dog. And everything else that I like, probably, honestly. I'm very allergic to quality. I don't know, it's annoying. I'm not sure what to do, because like, I really like these headphones and I want them to work so badly. But I'm like kind of nervous to put them back on my head because it hurts. They hurt. I don't know what to do. Unless it's like wearing in a new pair of shoes and I'll wear them in and then it'll be fine. I just have to wear them in. I'm not sure. Oh dear. Pretty much, yeah. Slow speed too. As slow as me. Oh my god, that really? Oh heck. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Maybe there's a pressure point. Oh, maybe. That could be it. That sounds like it could be it. My ear hurts. Oh, right. Let's do the next one. Oops, sorry. Okay. Yeah, I have mine as fast as it will go, but I do have it on a low. All of mine are like washing at the moment, but like, yeah, they're fine. I do have it at a low tension, to be fair, but I don't know. No problem. Not a problem. Speed was 400. Mine is literally, I don't have a, mine doesn't say the speed. Mine is like slow, medium, fast. Dear. No, I didn't know drawing number yesterday. You can't wipe out on a computer. Oh dear. Yeah, mine is like slow, medium, fast. And that's, yeah. I'm saying, the music. Well, I will say, even after taking them off, I still feel it a little bit. It's better, it's a lot better, but oh my god, my head was not a keen. I have to see, we'll see. But it's a pain because it's not like I can go back to my old headphones. My old headphones were like destroying themselves in my ear. Gah! Gah! Okay, this will be the last one as well, and then we'll have all four. This is what I wanted. Honestly, this is like what embroidery machine is best at. Like doing a design and then just replicating it. Do have to trim off some of the threads though, which there are a few of. Go. Ooh, ooh. Dear me. It's quite funny to finish one and then watch that same face, because there's like it looks like a really grumpy face right at the top, being embroidered again just to the right. Oh dear. Honestly, this feels so silent now without the music. I miss the music. I know you guys can still hear the music, so I probably sound like a crazy person who's just like, where's the music? I don't know where the music is. But like, I'm so used to streaming with music, and so to not be able to hear it is very odd. It's very, very odd. God. Heck, what am I gonna do on the heckin' Sunday stream? I did change the schedule so that I'm streaming for much, much longer on Sunday than I said I was going to be. And yeah, that's gonna be good. Just stuck some photos and cosplay. So you did? Oh, heck yeah. Oh dear. Also, Mary, I think potentially you might be having a private conversation in the public chat. Oh dear, 2 seconds. Cosplay. Ooh! Oh my god! Wait! Oh, it looks so cute! Do you mind if I ask, Feathered, how large is that? Because that looks quite tall. Whoa! Happy belated birthday! Oh, thank you! Here's more Jelly Jelly. You can play music for both us and yourself. You want me to get like a music thingy out? I could, but then first of all, I don't have a guitar nearby to hand. I think I have a ukulele nearby, but I think it needs to be tuned. Technically, I have a keyboard downstairs, but that's like a whole keyboard. I'd need a fair amount of lifting upstairs. All these things need a lot of moving. Oh dear. There we go. Trim off all of these threads. I have included the Chinese symbols for fire and design. 28 centimeters. Dang. Dang! Feather, that is tall. Do you mind if I ask as well, how big is your hoop size? That is so tall. That is so tall. Also, Mary and Shadow, just because we are talking about a different topic in chat, if you're going to be discussing tablets, would you mind potentially taking it to a private convo? Just because it is making chat a little difficult to read. That is Mary and Shadow. Would you mind taking that to a private conversation so that it makes chat a little bit easier to read? Thank you. Oh dear. There we go. Excuse me. Oh dear. Nah, it's alright. I didn't think the conversation was going to be quite that long. It's okay. Biggest hoop is... Oh, I am quite jealous. I am quite jealous. Tom! No! Wait! I can't hear it! Wait, I'll put it on back for just a second, because as much as I don't like to hear my own voice, I don't want you to have a party without me. Oh god. It's the main reason I picked out the machine was for the big hoop. Yeah, I did see with some embroidery machines that there were others on the market with like a much bigger hoop that I just, yeah. The thing is, the price, it was the price, but like, my god, I can see the draw for it for sure. Like, I can really see the draw for those bigger hoops. Like, even before I had the one with the smaller hoop, like, that big hoop though, I am jealous. I am very jealous of your nice big hoop. Oh dear, thank you for the party, Turp. Oh dear, Mary, it's fine. You can just take it into a private conversation. It's all good. It's just because I have quite a limited chat box, so I was having to scroll, or I would have had to scroll if I was missing things quite easily. Yeah. Oh dear. That is why. It is nothing else. Plus, if you're giving that much personal help, you might as well, right? Have I already trimmed this? I have. Oh dear. I missed one of your things. I'm really sorry. Oh dear. It is just because chat scrolls and I miss things. I don't do it on purpose. But thank you for repeating yourself. That's what we always ask people to do, that if I miss anything, that people just repeat themselves. Because, as you can kind of see, I have a lot of things going on. It sure wasn't a silent celebration for you. It's because I keep having to take my headset off. Oh dear, unfortunately, yeah, my headset's been hurting my ears. And I wanted to hear the party, so I put it back on again. And honestly, it's so much nicer with the music. I want to start sewing the actual design on the actual fabric. Gotta make sure bobbins as same as the fabric, so the actual bobbin thread is showing through. I'm wondering why you have to have it on such a slow speed. Because, do you mind if I ask, again feathered, are you getting like a really thick, again it looks really nice in the picture, so it'd be difficult to tell. It'd be difficult to tell. But for you, I'm sure you could see it. Is it like a very thick thread? Like, does the embroidery come up very thick? Or is it quite tight to the fabric? Oh dear. Not something that I would be able to tell from the photos ever, but... Also, another thing. What embroidery software are you using? I'm not going to change embroidery software, I'm just wondering. It's always interesting to know what one people picked. Was it the ink one? That is late to be fair, Night. Can't find a headset that doesn't make my ears sore either. Yeah. I mean, the last one I had, it was a very cheap headset. It was like 15 quid Amazon headset. But it never hurt my ears. And it was really, really good. But I've had a couple before this one. Before that one even. That I was going to switch to. So I had one that was an in-the-ear one that went around the back of the ears, and I wore for just a few streams, and that was a wireless one that I was really excited for because I thought I'd be able to wear more cosplays with it because it was wireless, right? And it was quite a small headphone, but it ended up giving me big problems behind my ear, so I couldn't wear that one. I had smaller headphones, couldn't wear those ones for the same issue. So I've actually got, this is now the 4th or 5th headphones, and I really want these ones to work because these are good quality headphones, and yeah. There was a suggestion on one of the videos I watched, and it does seem to work. Not really, the bobbin thread is bobbin thread, if you know what I mean, but the thread is standard embroidery thread. Brilliant. Okay, nice. It's nice. It's like HyperX Cloud. Okay. I should really sew my second cup. think I need to have it at a slightly wider stitch. And that's going to eat up my mesh, unfortunately. Ah. Luckily, it doesn't really matter too much on this piece, but I still want it to look neat. There we go. Nice. It's still stretching though, which I'm surprised about, but I didn't really need there to be stretching it. That's okay, it's fine. As long as it's stitched together, it's all good. Ah, dear. You've been using about 3 years constantly, and it's been great. Have you ever had problems with ear pain before? Like with just over-the-head earphones? Or have your ears always been good? I'm just curious. The other thing is, I have to be very careful. I can't do in-the-ear headphones or ones that go around the back of the ears. But I assume those ones, they don't honestly sound like the ones that go around the back of the ears, so I think I'd be okay with those. And the other thing is, I will say I'm not going to go get any new headphones right now because I literally got these for my birthday yesterday. So I'm not going to go get any new headphones right now because I literally got new headphones yesterday. But just for anyone else who's in the chat who's, you know, interested. You're gonna jump off for a bit, got a few things to do, that's fine! Take care, Zero. Have a good rest of your evening. Nice to see you. I hope the evening goes well. Oh, is that the right one? No, it's this one. And that's going to be our cup. Okay, so got our inside and our outside. And, oh, actually, we got that. That's what it will end up looking like, but I definitely need to sew it back to front to start with. I was thinking to sew that front bit down, but I'm not going to, because I think it'll actually make the lace look worse. So we'll actually just sew it back to front. Yes. DJ! Oh my god, DJ! DJ! Thank you, Isacia. Oh, and happy birthday, fellow October baby, thank you! And happy birthday to you for last week. Ah, dear. Hey, happy lunchtime, folkies! Coming back in. Oh, I hope your lunch is going well. I hope you've got plenty of food. Ones are cover ear headset. They are just flat ones. If they're just flat ones and they hurt my head. See, I'm the opposite. I need the flat ones. But then everyone's different, right? I need the ones that don't cover my ears. That's kind of the issue. And I don't know why. Maybe it's because I used cheap headphones for so long. And that's what I feel like acclimatized to cheap, right? That's probably the issue, isn't it? It's like I've acclimatized to the cheapness. And now anything expensive, my brain's like, no, only cheap. But I need the flat ones that just sit on the outside of my ear. Because anything that goes near the back of my ear is like quite painful. But that's just, again, that's just me. Probably, maybe a few people, but like, maybe it's just me, I don't know. I have stupid ears. I said this earlier this stream. I do. I have stupid ears that do stupid things. I need you to go back a bit because you are covering the bright light. There we go. That's why even when I got these headphones as a gift, I asked for quite small ones because any big headphones become like quite a big issue. Yeah. But even these ones, unfortunately, seem a bit big. Aye. Deary me. Just to make you jump occasionally. Waiting on catering as usual. Makes me sound like a god. They don't bring on a silver platter. Oh no. Isacia, what are you asking for? I hope they got some good food though. Maybe like half a chicken. That's it. that'll be the top. And then we fold that over, and that gives us a nice blunt top. Which, shall I do a top stitch on? I guess I could. I'm not sure if I wanted to put any lace or anything on this. I don't think that I did. It's kind of quite a plain bra, but I guess I'll be covering a lot of other things over this, so it's not too bad. Go. And I might still put some elastic or something over this, just so technically, as it is, it won't fit very well as a cup. But yeah. There we go. And yeah, that's good. Gonna stretch that down, and that'll fit to the bottom of the cup. Nice. And that'll be our one cup. And then we'll hopefully have some stuff cover that. Oh, Beaky, how goes it? I hope you're having a good day. Welcome on in. We're just setting up our cups at the moment. We've done some embroidery stuff. I hope your day is going well. Hi, Ozzy, how goes it? Give me 2 seconds. I need to do a shout out for Beaky. What were you up to? What did you do today? And there we go. Oh wait, teamfight tactics, sick. How's it going? Ah dear. Right, we need, I think, since we're not going to be using channeling on this bra, we need to be very careful with how we sew everything together. Gotta be very careful. Everything needs to be sewn backwards into each other, see? So that everything looks nice and neat at the end. Do I want to backwards sew this in then, maybe? No, I don't think so. I could do that, but I think I'm good. I think I can sew it into the bit underneath. Backwards. Yes. Miki, hi! How goes it? Ignoring the keyboard. Oh yeah, sorry, I didn't even think. I was like, oh shoot, wait a minute. Well, no, I didn't even think because there wasn't a keyboard, that's why. Yes. Don't have to think about it if there wasn't a keyboard. Big brain moves. Uh-oh, uh-oh. You know what wasn't so big brain? Sewing so fast over mesh. That wasn't so big brain of me. I don't know if I sewed too close to the edge there. I might have to fix that in a minute. We'll see, I suppose. Mesh is just a nightmare. I should really be doing a zigzag, but because I don't actually care whether it stretches or not, I've just not changed it to zigzag. But then it's kind of a pain to not sew zigzag on mesh. Now. Oh, no, I was safe. I was safe. I got very lucky. Need to trim the rest of it down though, a little bit. There we go. Nice! And then we can put this back to back with this one. And I'm not doing again the top stitch. Was your stream good? I hope it was good. Also, I get it, Vicky, if you need to get some food and stuff. If you need to get food, fair enough. Please do get some food. Do feed yourself and look after yourself. Take care of your needs. Do not let me get in the way of your needs. Oh dear. Go. And that. And that. There we go. There we go. There we go. And up to the top. Oh, yeah. And then hopefully, again, we should be able to fold this over, get a nice neat neat edge at the top, and it should look good. I mean, we needed the white underneath, otherwise I didn't want this one to be a see-through bra. Some of the bras are good see-through, some of them not so much. This one I wanted to feel quite formal, so not see-through. It's got bright colours, but still. This wouldn't feel quite right if it was going see-through, I don't think. And there. There we go. There we go. Good. There we go. Nice. And there. A nice Ned. Not feeling very neat. Not feeling very neat right now. No. My speech definitely isn't, that's for sure. Nah, that's fine. We got our two cups. They're very bright, but you won't actually see very much of the cup because a lot of it's going to be covered in purple. I'm not sure how I'm going to go about doing this next part because what I kind of want is this piece. So this is the piece that is going to be cotton. So what's going to happen is I'm probably going to split this. Thanks, Marlo. I'm not often called neat. You are neat. Very neat. Very heckin' neat. I'm going to split this. I think. Into purple, green maybe? I don't know if I even want any green on it. But definitely purple and blue. The blue will probably be just the edge piece, like to there. The purple might be the middle piece, and then the green. So if I did the purple there, maybe I'll draw it on here. But yeah, it's going to be split basically. And then it'll need a base color, but then it's also going to need a fold up piece. It's literally just going to drape onto the cup. It's kind of a nightmare. This bit's kind of a nightmare, not gonna lie. So this is a piece where it gets really complicated. So if I was to say draw this bit onto here, and then this bit onto here, for the splits, I don't really want to actually cut this piece. I think I'm just gonna fold it when I need to, like that, so that I could draw the rest of it. Or I could draw a separate piece. Not sure. Oh no, because actually on the drawing I have it that even the centerpiece is. No, the centerpiece is yellow too. But it's literally only this piece is yellow. Oh no. So I guess actually it's only this piece is meant to be. Well, shoot. And the piece of purple that's on here is like folded. Oh, so I guess that would be a bit lower, huh? Because it's like this piece. Yeah. Okay. That's fine, We got that. And so this piece is folded down. And this piece folds. And then, yeah. So this is... It's a lot. I just fold the pieces inwards a little bit. That's our purple piece. The purple piece is a pain in the butt because it needs to end up being that size, but I'm gonna cut it much larger because it needs to pleat. Thank you, Smokey, for the hydrate. Honestly, I probably need to because, yeah, this bit's hard. I'm not sure if I'm folding it or doing the pleats. But yeah, on the band it's meant to be pleated. Which means it should be 3 times the size of this band piece. That's a lot. That's a lot. But I'll do it. If that's what it wants. Then I will do it. Sure. Yeah, no, it's fine. 3 times the size of this band piece. And I actually need 4 of this, so I'll just fold this over. Okay. There we go. Because I need it doubled. I'm like fully forgetting how to make pleats, but no, I get it. And it needs to be about yay tall. I can probably do it with that in it, so like about that big. If it ends up too big, that's okay. You know what? That's fine. And take this across to this side, fold it over. Very nice. It's pretty good. Hopefully I can use this. Bit of a dip in the middle, but that's okay. And then we need to make a couple of sausages. Which will end up being this piece. But hopefully they should be open at both ends. There'll be sausages but open at both ends. And what side will they not be open at? Oh no, they won't be. They'll be open at all ends. Yeah, screw that. They'll be open everywhere. Screw that. They'll be open at one end. They're going to be open everywhere. Okay. So, what we then need to do is pleat these. Give them pretty hefty pleats and get them to that size. Easy, easy. Okay, I can move the cups out of the way because I'm not going to use those for now. I also should cut this down. I'll do that in a second. I'm distracted. Okay. And that there. Why I've chosen to do it like this? Who knows? Part of me was just like, should I just make my life really difficult today? I guess so, yeah. I could fit 3 pleats on there. Pretty good. And then, with a bit of seam allowance, put it to about there. Maybe I should pin it to there, actually. Ah, dear. Pin this to here. Go on. Oh, dear. I don't even ask that question anymore. It's just a default setting. What, like, why? Why? Why this? Why? There must be a reason why we've done it like this. Dear. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. I'm sure there is a reason we've chosen to do it like this, but it's fine. Okay, and then I don't actually need seam allowance around the bottom, do I not? Do I want seam allowance around the bottom? I'm gonna add some. I don't need it around the top, so I'd like a little bit, I think. I might not have had it last time, but I'm gonna put a little there now. And just a little bit extra now. Because this is quite an intense, yeah. There you go. 1. Silly, but there you go, there's 1. hit something. That's for sure. Anything I can do to hold this in place? I don't think so. I could sew it along the top. I'll do that. I'll hold that there and then I'm going to sew that along. I've pinned it backwards, but I will sew it along the top. Yeah. That will make that better for me. Yes. And then what I could do after that is... Oh, I've taken the correct pin out. I could sew it backwards to something else, maybe. I don't know. We'll work that out later. George, how goes it? I hope you're having a good day. Welcome on in. I have made my life really hard for myself. I hope you're having a good day. I've just making it really hard for myself. But it's okay. I've made it hard for myself, but it's okay. I'm living with the decision of the design. I put pleats into the band, like thick pleats. And so now I'm having to put thick pleats into the band, which is not where thick pleats want to be. I can tell you that much. Thick pleats do not want to be in your bra band. But I'm putting them in, since that's where the design has put them. I did the design, so it's really my fault that they're there. Here we are. We're dumb and we can't help ourselves. Yeah, I was just like, I really just want to put thick pleats in here, so here we go. Here we go. Oh dear. But I just don't know if they belong here. Fine, it's fine, because you know what? They're in there now, and it's okay. They honestly fit better on this side. So. Small victory! Small victory! Put that in there. But what I'm doing is, this is the basic shape that they need to be pinned into. I'm just pinning them into that. This is the hardest one. After this, everything is much easier. So I'm getting it out of this one, and then everything is much easier for me. Go and into this. And yes, all the way up to there. Give that a nice seam allowance. And then I did say I was going to put a seam allowance on the bottom, so I will. Go. I just think it'll make it easier on the elastic, because I don't think the other one had a big elastic. There we go. There you are. Silly, but it's fine. We got it. And I need the green again. With the white. Sure, why not? Why not? Really, there's no reason why not, other than it's a silly idea, but okay, sure. And I actually need a small scrap of this colour. I'm only going to cut off a small scrap of this colour. Unless I have any spare... No. That was a pretty good spruce last time. But there are definitely reasonably small scraps on here. Oh, that's too small. This one, I think, is probably the best one. Give. Dear. And put that around here. And that's fine. Make sure it's nice and flat. And make sure that that is right into the back of it. Very nice. There we go. Not quite there though. Where's it missing? Just there? There you go. Yes. That's better. So I need just this. would please make the band more stretchy or less? Less. In this case, I'm doing it out of a non-stretch fabric, so it will take the stretch out of it completely. But that is on purpose for this one in particular, because there is no stretch in the front of this one. There is only stretch in the back. So it depends on the bra design in particular. So some bras will have stretch at the front and the back. Some bands will have stretch only at the back. Kind of depends on the materials you use, whether you use a stretch elastic, stretch embroidery or non-stretch embroidery, or like stretch mesh, non-stretch mesh. Very dependent on that. In my case, non-stretch front, stretch back. Yes. Doing alright, thanks. Just having a chill. That's fair. I hope your chilling is going well. I hope you have good foods, maybe. Ah, dear. Okay, let's get that cut out. That's going to need a bit of seam allowance at the bottom. There we go. And not seam allowance there. Although I've accidentally put some. Oh dear, what's happened? Charlie! Hi, thank you for the follow. It's very kind of you. Welcome on in. Thank you very much. Oh dear. Right, that's another piece. We got another piece. They all look kind of silly when I'm cutting them out, but I swear they'll maybe work. And that's that one. And then we just need the last piece. And that is the outside piece. Oh wait. Was that not the outside piece? Oh, that might have been too thick. Okay, listen, it was the right height, but the wrong thickness. What's the thickness I need, please? Was it much thinner? It was thinner and shorter. I can cut it out of this piece, but give me 2 seconds. I did a heck. I did an oops a heck. Go, and pull that down. I accidentally cut out the piece that I'm about to cut out instead of the piece that I wanted to cut out. There you go. That's better. It needed to be a bit smaller. But we've made it smaller now. There we go. That's our band piece. And then the last one we need is a similar colour that we had yesterday, actually. This one. Yes. Yeah, I might recognise it. Jan, good morning, good morning. I hope your morning is going well. We are making bras. Lots of bras. Ooh, ooh, ooh. There we go. And so we just now need this last piece, which I'll once again just contort the pattern into so that the pattern doesn't show. And we need this times 4. This bit won't stretch either. None of this will stretch. No stretch. No stretch today. Only stiff. That's okay though. We'll work around all of the nightmare we're creating for ourselves for a bit. I told you this band's an absolute pain in the ass. It's because everything's gonna like drape over the cup. Eventually. One day, everything will drape over the cup. Not yet, but eventually. But we have to make this band first. So we need, where do we need seam allowance? Not here. Here's fine. We do need seam allowance at the bottom. And we need seam allowance here too, because this is a new cut. And then not here. And not there. There we go. Go. And that should be the pieces for the band done. Except for the back piece. I'll have to cut that out separately, and that will be our one stretchy piece. There are so many pieces. This is gonna be the most intense band, right? And that's a separate piece, which is... Where is our separate band piece? There it is. Separate band piece. We've done out of this colour. I only need 2 pieces of this. This will be nice and easy. So I'll just sort of flippy floopy this bit over. See if I can get it a little bit into this bit. Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, kind of. It kind of fits in there. Not perfect, but I'll use this. Get the rest of it off the table. There you go. Very nice. Very nice. That should be good. And that'll be our back piece. Nice! Doing alright, just tired. Nice! Well, I hope the rest of your day goes well. Hope you have some nice things planned. Maybe making bras, who knows? I'd like to think maybe in October I'm not the only person making bras. Everyone else is like decorating their house spooky and like getting ready for Halloween. Or partying, who knows? Maybe they're partying. Shifty! How goes it? How goes the travels? I hope they're going well. We like to party. 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 La Venga Passage Club. Everybody's jumping. New York to San Francisco. A new disco free disco. The wheels are still on turn. Lights are burning. So if you like to party, come on and move your body. Thank you for the horn as well. Jelly is still number one. No! It's just because nobody else has found bra making and there's like, ah, yes, I will do that. Someone will find it and then they'll be like, heck yeah, bra making, I'm gonna do that. And then they'll overtake and they'll be like, heck yeah, God damn it. Who did it? Shitty! Oh, thank you, Jelly. Punisher, how goes it? I hope you're having a good day. Welcome on in. Shitty! We like to party. We like to party. We like to party. Swear. We like to party. We like to party. Also, Shifty, did you see that somebody got rid of your nice number? We no longer have the nice. I think it's so funny though. The wheels are still on turn. Traffic lights are burning. So if you like to party, come on and move your body. Testing, 1, 2. You did another one, Jones? Did you do another one as a test? Or did you do another one as torture? I mean, what was it, huh? Yes, for torture. I guess it's basically the same thing, huh? We like to party. We like to party. We like to party. We like to party. Yeah, so we reached the goal to have it on no cooldown. So that's why we have it 2 days in a row. Yeah, that's why. It was on purpose. Unfortunately, yeah. So if you like to party, come on and move your body. To be fair, I was thinking of donating £1 to ruin the nice number. Oh, you were gonna do it too? You were like, let me ruin that number. Ruin that number. Oh. No nice numbers here. There we go. That one and go. And just do this one. So I'm just quickly putting a top stitch here. You won't see this in the end. It is literally just to... Oh, actually, was this the right thing to do? Ah, not really a choice, is there? I need to do this, otherwise the pleats are gonna come undone. Yeah, we have to do this, otherwise the pleats are gonna get stuck, so it'll become a problem. Oh dear. Go. Very nice. And then we can start sewing all these pieces together. There are so many. Oh my god. I'm probably going to want to look at that piece just a bit to make sure that I get it right way round. I think the taller edge goes towards the center, which is that bit, yeah. Okay. It goes underneath the center, doesn't it? Yes. So I need the 2 purple bits to sew together, and then I need to sew this on top of the 2 purple bits. Got you. So, if I sew these 2 bits together, God, this is a, whew. Right, if I sew these 2 bits together, thinking with portals right now. And then I should be in a good position to sew this onto the purple in a minute. Yes. Brain power, going fast. Heck yeah. Good. George, despite the weather, things are going fine. Gonna be continuing playing Zelda. Yeah, the weather here has been trash. It has been heckin' wet. Hydrate, I will do so. Heck, it's good to be home. Ah, I'm glad. The weather here has been terrible. Ha. Right. I don't know how I'm gonna do this. Who goes over the top of the other one in this scenario? Who's longer? You're longer. So I think you have to go over the top of this one. Hard stitching, very hard. Oh dear. No. Hands say, no, don't think so, thank you very much. That's tricky. Okay. Physically, I can do it. These are also both really slippery fabrics that are like, whoa. You did it. Daddy Smelly. How goes it? I hope you're having a good day.
We like to party. 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 We like to party.
I know you guys like watching suffering, but I think I can actually do it.
Traffic lights are burning, so if you like to party, come on and move your body.
Let's go. Give it a good shot. Oh. Ah! That is in fact underneath. And then it should be that I can do this one. How do the thing? It's like this, right? I don't understand. How? Yeah, and then like that. Must be. That's gotta be how I do it, but how do I then cut it out? Oh god, this is complicated. You know, sometimes I say like I didn't make this easy for myself, but like I really didn't make this easy for myself. What am I doing? What is this? I'm like, yes, let me just package this purple up in a nice barrel of yellow. You know what's funny? They don't even look good together. That's fine. We live. Yeah, this is a really weird looking thing, that's for sure. Yes. But I think if I do this, I can still get it right. You think? Yeah. Pretty sure that's it. Pretty sure I got it. Pretty sure I've absolutely nailed this. Yeah. Let's see, shall we? Let's find out together. Jelly did in fact absolutely nail this. God, how do I get it out? Gotta go over there. Gotta go over there. And then... Yeah! I'm gonna have to trim that down a bit. But that'll be in there now. And then we got our thingy in the middle, which is a bit long on one side actually. I think it's a bit long on both sides, honestly. I'm gonna trim that generally. That's okay. That's our bridge in the middle. Oh my god. Ay. Finished my Vex cosplay! Heck yeah, Karina! Congratulations on the cosplay finish! That's very heckin' impressive. Nicely done. Ah, dear. Okay, let's do this like this. There we go. Cool. And then I'm gonna do a top stitch on that one. There we go. Nice. Oh my god. Yes! It doesn't look fantastic or anything, but it's like, that was hard. That was hard brain math, you know? That brain math, hard. Okay, I don't know if I'm gonna get this finished on stream today, but we'll see. Let's see. Which way do I want to go about this? Because there's a couple ways. I could do the back panel first, but I think I'm probably going to want to do this one first. Yeah, I think that's going to be better. Which is to do this into this. So put that into there. And that into there. Go. And I'll probably take this up a little bit so that it matches the bottom, because the top has got extra seam allowance just because of the stuff, because of the pleats basically. There we go. Heck yeah. That looks fine, and that can go up into there then. Cool. That's all good. Do that pinning on the other side too. And then we'll come back and do the side thing. I was thinking whether or not to do that first. That might have made that a little easier on me, but that's okay. We can do that second, I think. And not have it cause too many issues. The ordering, it's kind of everything, but also it's all right. We can work around it. There we go. I'm going to change the thread colour now from yellow to blue, I think. I'd really like a light blue, but I don't think I really have a lot of light blue thread. That's not fully true. I do have a light blue cotton. I think I'm just going to go back to my... Let's try a lot of this. This would be an interesting one to use. No idea where it goes. Jesus Christ. I'm stuck to another one of them. What colour is this, and do I have more of it? I should probably roll my sleeve up. I do. I might use this one. It's an unusual colour, but I kind of like it. I think it would kind of work with the theme. It's more like a light purple, but it's not quite the light purple that I'm using. I like it though. It's nice. And if I'm using a contrast red, I think it'd be a nice colour. Yeah, I think I like it. It will be pretty. So let's go for that one. Yeah, why not? Why not? There we go. And there. And yeah. There we go. Under there, under there. Get that one up there. And all the way through. Oh my god, that was a long bobbin thread. Oh no. Aye. Okay, trim that off. I don't need that much bobbin thread. Oh dear. Okay, and take this. Make sure that it's going to go through all of the layers. Go. And on the other side, do that same stitch over here. And again, just give it plenty of space on the inside so that I know that I'm going through all of the layers. Trim off that excess. And like 2, trim off the excess. And thread. And thread. And this side, trim off the thread too. There we go. And I'll turn it back inside out. And I would like to put the blue in there too at the moment. I think it's a good point for that. So I'll do a top stitch and then I'll put the blue in. There we go. So. Go. It's a really nice colour for a top stitch, honestly. And you can't really see it as far as like the actual stitching goes, like keeping it stable stitch, so it's pretty nice. Go. Get it through there. And very nice. And then let's do this bit. This bit's going to be a little annoying because we've left it till last. If you leave this bit till last, it's a pain in the ass. That's okay. I think getting the rest of it done kind of took priority here. Let's see. On this particular one, I'm gonna go at the bottom. And we'll go like, how would I do this? Because I guess it would normally be like, so it's gonna be like a bit of a weird one. Because it's gonna be like, that goes there. Because it still has plenty of space to turn inside out of, bear in mind. And then I suppose this one's going to come around the back and do that, I think. Yeah, I think that's probably what's going to happen. That's alright. It's not the ideal one. Of course not, because it's like a really awkward angle. But I think it's okay. As long as I don't get any of the purple stuck in. It's okay, I can do this. And it's definitely not as awkward as the yellow one was earlier, which, again, that would have been even worse if we left like that one till last, so I think this is okay. Did I get any of that caught in it? No, I didn't. Cool. Let's sew that one in. Purple out of the way, and at the bottom, and all the way around there. Now I have to kind of like pull it out like a sausage. There you go. There we are. And I've got our back piece. Does look like it goes up kind of high, but that makes sense because this kind of comes down quite low. And I can top stitch that. And that should get a nice top stitch. Like so. Oh, that's getting pulled correctly. There we go. Nice. Okay. And that's the band on one side. Oh, no, wait. That's the band on one side. I don't want it backwards. I want that yellow on the right side. Ah, dear. It's such a ridiculously complicated band. This is why I was like, on this one. But you know what? It's fine. It's fine. We did this to ourselves. I say we, I did this to myself. You guys didn't make me do this. Shifting blame. Go. And up to the top. And then up to here. Very nice. Okay. I should probably have the cups in before I start folding anything over the top of it, to be fair. So I guess the next thing would be to insert the cups, which there's a couple ways I could do it. Because this is going to be a wireless bra, I've got options, but I am thinking to do it with channeling still in it. Just because there's going to be a lot of thickness around there, I think it would look better. Yeah, I think I'll probably still have channeling in it. Also, it does give it a really nice thick base, so that it still can be quite supportive. So this will be more like a non-wired bra than a bralette, I think, in the way that it will fit someone. If someone was going to wear this, which... But if someone was going to wear this bra, that's probably how it would fit them. Or how you'd fit it. Okay, bring that round the back then. And get that to the top. And pin that in there. Wireless bra, Bluetooth enable. I mean, if it hasn't got wireless capabilities, I don't really know why you pick up the bra at this point. Technology has come pretty far in the last 20 years. You might as well pick up your bra wireless. Otherwise it feels kind of like your waste of money. This is my opinion though. Pick up your bra wireless. Oh. Yeah, wireless bra. But not like a bralette. Not like a bralette. Not like the Mirror's Edge bra, for instance. More supportive than that. There we go. And get that in there. And do the line of stitching up this way. There we go. Very nice. And then sausage. The eye cup. I mean, it feels like though that is something that could happen in the future. Like, I wouldn't be surprised. Like, the idea that they're gonna be like, yeah, why not put Bluetooth in your bra? Why not? You got space, just instead of the padding, put like some electronics in there, why not? I feel like, yeah, how would it stay in place? Offer support though. So, support comes from the band being tight underneath the breast. Wires offer shape, they don't offer, wires aren't for support, they are for shaping, if that makes sense. So, although they offer separation, and they can offer lift, they don't offer support. The support comes from the band being the right tightness to like basically take that weight off of your shoulders and off of here. So the band doesn't have to be wired, the band just has to be the correct size. So as long as you have a well-made bra that is wireless, it will still be just as supported as a wired bra. The difference is a non-wired bra will not separate your breasts. They'll give you a lot of cleavage. So some people don't like non-wired bras because they don't separate the breasts, they push them together, So for instance, if you're running upstairs and stuff like that, it can still feel like you're having a lot of the same issues. It can also feel like you gather a lot more sweat and heat because your breasts are constantly touching. So a lot of people don't favour non-wired because of that. That being said, if you're looking to get a lot of cleavage, non-wired might be that for you. They might be great because it will push your boobs together, which I think a lot of people don't think of. Whereas wired will give you that lift and separation. If you're looking for lift, or if you're looking for separation, you're going to be looking for a wired bra. Again, it's just a difference in shape. It's not a difference in support. That being said, regardless of the way that it's made, if it doesn't fit correctly, it will not support you. Yeah, the fit is the most important part. And there's bra's fact. How do you wash the electronics though? I have no idea. Honestly, that's eluded at me for years. I'm just not sure. I'm very lost on that. If anyone can enlighten me, I'd love to know. I desperately want to know how people are washing their bras. For a wireless bra, I really hope you have all these cables to worry about. I know, but can you imagine the Bluetooth capabilities? It just sounds so useful day to day. I've been sold. I sold an idea, you know? What time? 1:30. Okay. Let's go. There we are. I'm trimming this down because, I'll be honest, I think this middle bit's too big. This middle bit feels way too big to me. Yep, just a bit big, it is. No. Needs to be smaller. Okay, that's better. Yeah, take that off too. No, Bluetooth gnawing on your bits doesn't sound very enjoyable. Yeah, but there's different for everyone, isn't it? Some people are gonna like that. There's always someone, and that's why we have to make different types of bras. It's because everyone likes something different, Floatel. You can't just not have a type of bra because you don't like it. Someone's out there wishing for that right now. So we have to make it. For them. You know? It's only fair that we make every type of bra. Even bras with teeth. Someone out there right now is like, man, my bra's fine and all, but like, if it had teeth, damn. I just, that's what I've been waiting for. A bra with teeth. And they're just waiting for it. They're just waiting for it, Floatil. They're just sad in their house, waiting for a bra with teeth. Like, this, oh. Honestly, it makes me tear up thinking of it. It's so sad. The market does not cater to that just yet. But one day. There you go. Oh dear. So what's going to end up happening is we're going to have purple that will start going from here and blue that will go from here. Yes. Ah, might be easier just to put some false teeth in your bra. I'm sure that's probably like what you do for now while there's nothing on the market, but like, you know, you hope for like a day where like you don't have to put false teeth in your bra, right? We hope for the day. One day. I'm sure that the day will come. I mean, I've already designed a few bras with teeth on them, so who knows? Maybe that day's closer than we all think. Go. Nice. One cup. And then I need the other cup. Yellow. So yellow. Ah. Steal them from your grandma. Your poor grandma. Like, where's my teeth? Oh no, they've been put in someone's bra again? No! Not again. This just keep happening these days. All these youngsters. With their teeth and my teeth in their bras. Those just keep happening. This is the new fashion trends. It's hard to keep up, honestly. Again. Well, I'd assume it'd be more than once. You know, once you've gone teeth, you don't go back. I'm struggling. Oh, dear. Right, I'm getting confused because this looks like it goes in. How does it want me to put this in? Oh, like this. I getcha, I getcha. You lost me for a second, but I understand now. You want to go in like this. Oh dear. Then what? Then what? You can't go back! You can't go back from teeth! It's teeth forever for you! You have to keep stealing the teeth! That's it, Flotil! That's it! You're done! You're done! You can't go back from that! It doesn't rhyme! No, it doesn't rhyme! But that's life! That's the hard fact of life! Is once you go teeth, you're stuck! That's it! Your life's over! You have to keep continually stealing teeth now. I'm sorry, but that's it! That's what you've signed up to now. You're a teeth stealer. That, you know, they tell kids about the tooth fairy, but really it's just people stealing teeth to put in their bra. It's actually a much sadder story than you think that it is. But they tell kids about the tooth fairy because it's easier to swallow. There you go. Life doesn't rhyme. Life doesn't rhyme, yeah. Oh dear. 9 out of 10 disagree with you being stuck with teeth. Yes, it does. With wife. No problem. No problem. Oh dear. Bring that up there. Bring this the whole way around. You know, this is actually like a Frankenstein between two bras that I'm making right now. Kind of curious. I'm quite enjoying it though. Like a weird bra Frankenstein moment. I'm actually like, yeah, blending two bras together to make this one. It's working pretty well, honestly, considering. I mean, you wouldn't really notice which parts I think get Frankensteined because it's not super noticeable and they're pretty subtle. But yeah, it's a Frankenstein project. I'm probably going to want this one to go onto the cup where I think originally this didn't, so I'm just going to trim that so it does. Although on this side, the opposite problem. Well, I'll be... Oh dear, there you go. And now the cups are attached. Do we want to put the channeling in right now? Probably. The elastics channeling... Oh no, because we can't do the elastics until we've done the bits folded over. But I think we do want the channeling. Oh, but it won't matter because we're not putting a wire in it. So I could just put the channeling in. Yeah. I think so. Do I have any good channeling? It's on here. I think I'm going to use this. I'm just going to steal some channeling from another bra. You didn't need it. It's fine. You weren't using it anyway. It's fine. Good. Oh dear. Yeah, because nothing else is getting sewn up to that point, so I think it's okay. I might need to change back to yellow thread though, since you will see this on the cup. Although not very much, since so much of it's going to have fabric sewn over the top of it. Go! So. This just needs to be sewn into some channeling. There you go. Oh, it's a bit short, so let's start at this end. There we go. Best to have it in the middle. Not so tall, but like to there. There we go. One. Come on. Move that back a little bit because I'll be pinning for just a minute. 2. Ah, dear. How's charity work going? Merging bras together? Yeah. The charity work's going really well though. We are so close to hitting 5 grand, which is the overall goal for the heckin' charity event. It's gone crazily well. I will say, it was not the first goal. The first goal we had for this event was 1 grand as a team, and we smashed that in the first week. So it's gone really, really well. The overall turnout for this event has been ridiculous. Like, everyone's gone so far out of their way for this event. It's been phenomenal, like really, truly phenomenal. And I'm not just saying that because like I organized it. I'm saying it because like genuinely every single person who streamed for this event has been ridiculous, like really ridiculous what they've done. They've streamed tirelessly for this event, and there's been no reason for them to do that, but they really have. It's been really fantastic. Like, everyone's gone so far out of their way, done so much hard work. It's been very humbling how hard everyone has worked for this. And it shows, like, the amount of money raised has been so far exceeded what we ever predicted we would have raised. As you can see from having to, like, 5 times the original goal. Yeah, it's been really, really amazing. Really, really amazing. It's been a fantastic event. And I'm so glad we did it. So glad. Because not only have we raised a ton of money for Against Breast Cancer, which is, which is a fantastic charity, but we've also, I think, managed to spread some really, really fantastic awareness during October for like a lot of things people maybe weren't so aware of, like the bra donations, like people donating their bras rather than throwing them away, which is really, really helpful for a lot of reasons. Male breast cancer, I think, has got a real spotlight here on Twitch. Because, you know, Twitch definitely has quite a large male audience. And so just getting that out there a bit more, where a lot of people didn't know that male breast cancer exists. So not only is that hopefully useful for your health, any men that are on Twitch, but also just for removing some of the stigma that comes from men getting breast cancer. I think that's been really, really fantastic. And hopefully as well, because we've had such a mix of streamers that have been taking part, I hope that's really shown. Like, breast cancer is one of those things that really can affect anyone, but it seems to be that there's a real stigma that it only really affects more elderly women, and that's just not the case. It can affect anyone, regardless of gender, regardless of age, and regardless of ethnicity. Anyone can get breast cancer. And I think, if anything, that's been a really good message that has been pushed during Breast Cancer Awareness Month this year. And everyone's got on board for spreading it so that people know. And, you know, it's not that you should only care about it if it can affect you, but with breast cancer, with how prominent it is, knowing that it can affect you might save your life. So yeah, I'm glad. I think it's done really well. Really, really well. Yeah. I'm so thankful for everyone who's taken part. Right, let's get this channeling sewn in. I'm gonna change the thread though again. I've also just straight up forgotten that thing being there. It's fine, it'll live. I'll click OK and turn this off because it's just wasting power being here. Where's the... Okay, where's the thingy? Where's my power thingy? Oh, it's in here somewhere. You don't want to turn off? Is that it? I had too much fun. Come on. I needed to turn off. Please. Where's the on-off switch? There it is. Oh my god. You did not want to turn off. Jesus Christ. put that back in there for a minute. I will change back to that thread in just a second, but just while I do the channeling, I'd rather it be yellow. Go. And it's not finished yet, to be fair. The event's still going on for a few more days, although it's so close to finishing. I'm almost a little sad that it's over. It was a lot of hard work, and I'll be glad for a few days break, but like, yeah, I'm almost sad that it's over. Because it was a lot of fun, and it was really awesome to see what everyone was doing, and what everyone's been making, and the games people have been playing, the fun events people have been doing, the silly stuff people have done. Like, people have been doing some silly stuff, but it's been fun. Really fun. I hope a lot of people have been able to catch a lot of the streams as well, outside of my ones. Like, I hope that people have been able to catch a lot of the other streamers taking part and see what people have actually been getting up to. Because, God, it's been silly, but it's been fun. I hope people have actually gone and seen some of them, because they've been good. Ah, dear. Yeah. I mean, if you did miss any of the other streamers taking part, I still have it pinned on my Twitter. A list of every streamer that is taking part in Boobtober. If you are curious, it's on there. Oh, you're not sewing? Why are you not sewing? Oh, you like unthread a little bit? Yeah, you did, just a bit, huh? That's fine. I was like, something's not sewing. What's going on? Try that again. That's better. There we go. And that's that one. And then we just need to do another line. Oh yeah. Actually, could I just do the one line? I could probably just do the one line, because I'm not caging anything into it. That's true. For me. Good thinking. And take that out, pull it around the side, and just keep... I'm like trying to keep it really neat on the channeling, but like the channeling just needs a bit sewn down. Oh dear. No reason for me to do that, really. There we go. Both of those. And now we'll change back to the other material and thread, because what we're doing next is the weird part where we start folding it over the cup. Oh dear. So that's when we're like taking the purple and folding it over. And the blue too. Okay. Let's do that. So let's take that thread out. Take the thread out. I actually have something that I want to add to the purple. I think will make it look really nice. I have some pretty lace that I kind of wanted to add over the top of it. But now I'm worried it might make it look too busy. But I thought it'd be really pretty. Okay. Oh, well, we'll see. We'll see. And I think I might have to add the talismans later because they're still a little wet. But that's okay, because I also don't think I'm going to get this bra finished on stream because I only have 45 minutes left before I need to head out today. So we'll see. I think I'll get most of it done, but I don't think I'll get the straps done. So that's okay. I can always add those off stream once the talismans have dried, and then people can just check the Twitter and the Instagram, and then they'll see it finished. It's all good. Although I do still need to upload a couple bras. I'm a little behind. I'm not used to uploading every day. I'm like, upload. I must upload things. I gotta get better at that. cut it. Right. Let us cut about how much we think we'll need. Probably about that much, do you think? Maybe. About that much. Quite a bit, but that's okay. I don't want to cut the bra by accident also. So move that out. We do want quite a lot. Cut that out. And I will need to also hem the sides. I don't need that much though. It would only be to fold up to the thing, so probably about that much? Not too much more than that. Okay. Ooh. Extra pieces. Oops. And so then what I would like to do is turn these into sausages. But with open bottoms. Sausages with open bottoms. Let's see. The good sausage to start with. Basically sew it around the edge but leave the bottom open. Right? Yes. And down here. So a little sausage with an open bottom. There we go. And that will... Actually, let's do the second one too, because otherwise that's going to start moving, isn't it? Do both the sausages. Important. And there we go. Hopefully it should be about the right size. I have kind of guessed. But good sausage. That's a good looking sausage. So the reason I did these sausages... Uh-oh, that sounds like a desk rip. Do we have to fix something again? The reason we did these sausages was they would attach to the top of the bra and then come down over there. Probably need them like that. Probably crease a little. That's okay. I do kind of have this lace as well, which I mentioned before. Which I do think would look quite good over the top of it. I'm going to cut this lace in half as well because I'll need half per thing, which I might just attach over the top of it. It'll also help that lay a bit flatter. Yeah. Just think it'd look a bit cute, you know, over the top. A little bit of lace. Oh my gosh. Thank you for the horn. Who was it? Fries! Thanks for the horn. I hope you're having a good day. We are making a Mononoke bra from the anime series Mononoke. The television series, not the film. And I'm just going to attach some lace on top of this one because I want a little bit of texture since it's got a very textured... Oh god. More horn. Always more horn. It's got a very textured art style. I almost could just use the purple, but then I would have... Oh my god, is that more? You had a very bizarre encounter? Oh yeah? More or less bizarre than stream? More or less, huh? Go. I'm very horny today. Now, I would say if I hadn't heard that a few times before, and I have heard that once or twice before, Fries, on this channel. A few times. Oh dear. I swear, the people on this channel, terrible. They're absolutely terrible. Could have this on a zigzag to attach it, I think. I think that makes the most sense. I'm just going to use the edge of the fabric to guide that, so it stays like there. I ran a dungeon in Final Fantasy XIV with a friend. One of those ran and narrated the entire thing. Oh my god. No. Every 2 seconds and caused multiple wipes. It was bizarre. Yeah, no, that's not bizarre. That's a pain in the ass. That's a pain in the ass. Thank you for the horn. That's not bizarre. That's a hecking pain. Oh my god. Like, I guess if they didn't cause multiple wipes, it'd be like, oh no, it'd still be a pain in the ass, but like... I don't know what... I think it's because I'm very much in the anime fandom, right? So people like that, I'm always a bit like, oh, why? Why? No. Stop. It's okay. Listen, we know you like anime. It's okay. No. Yeah. It's fine. Everyone's just having a good time. It's fine. But, it's different when it causes the whole team to wipe, I would say. When it causes a team wipe, that's a little different, you know? Right, this bit's meant to come out like a square. That's what the design said, but I still kind of want a couple of creases in it. It's difficult to get the creases in it and still have it come out like a square, isn't it? I'm going to do one more in it. And just do a little bit there. I don't think you'll even see this really, but that's okay. Because it needs something to attach it to if I do this. But I need that little, yeah. I need it to flick up like a square. Basically, I need it to flick up like a square. Right there. And then sew back down into this. Like so. Dear. Maybe I could have like a little crease in the bottom, but I'm not sure. I don't think it's really necessary at the bottom, honestly, but... Like that, maybe? I think. Yeah. And then another one like there, I think? Yeah. But then I can still see some of the purple. Oh, but no, I need it to come out of the purple, really. Which is there. Yeah. Yeah. It needs to come out of there. That's okay. That's fine. Yeah. And then it's pulling a little bit, but that's okay. Just put that in there. It's fine. Oh, I might need to put a little bit more fabric in there. Put a new poof out. There we go. There's a brow after all, not a flat thing. There you go. A little bit more there too. Like so. Good. Okay, I think we've laid it a little bit better now. Okay. And then, sorry if I'm not paying a lot of attention to chat. I'm having a bit of a pinning issue. I just need to figure that out and then I'll be right back. The pinning is hard right now. I think I've got it. There you go. It's like pinning a curved object, if that makes sense. It's a little tricky. Tricky pinning. I think I got it. I quite like that too. I think that looks cute. There you go. Nice. Ah, being an anime fan is unique. You both love and loathe the community. Absolutely, absolutely. By what? For the communication and stuffing to type and being unable to focus. Yeah, with a ninja, we need the DPS ninja. Stop it and focus. Why can you not see? Happened to me too. Try refresh. Will work now. Oh, what happened? What happened? Makes me keck. Hoped you would notice. Keck. Oh dear. Oh dear. But yeah. Being an anime fan, yeah, it kind of is like that. It's like loving and hating the community, because the community has a few things where it's like you have regular anime fans, which are fine. You have people getting into anime, which are fine, and then you have a few people, but then every community has its odd people, like the few people in it which kind of like are like, please don't associate me with that. Please don't look at me and think that I'm that. I'm not that, I swear. I just like anime. That's it. I'm not this. The people that are kind of a pain in the ass to deal with. I think what really was like the height of like the pain in the ass anime community for me was glomping. When the anime community decided that it loved to run and hug people at conventions. I remember that. I remember that. Screw that. Listen, you think you're being cute and ooh-woo adorable, but if you run and hug me, like you run, jump, and hug, that's an invasion of privacy. Also, I am not a stable lady, and I will fall over, and you have injured me. Yeah, that was a pain in the ass to deal with. But it was kind of just something that happened for like a period where it was just like normal for that to be, oh yeah, we just come and invade your private space, and it's like, stop. I've never been a huggy person, to be honest, but that was a pain in the ass. Oh dear. You say, heck that player. Just imagine being associated with anime fans that are like jellyfish. Those are the worst. Oh yeah, I'm a pain in the ass. I'm an absolute pain in the ass. I don't mind people who recite anime or are passionate about anime, but don't make the game experience. Oh, well, this is the thing. I'd be fine with what they did, kind of, if it literally didn't mean you were wiping every few seconds. That's the difference, isn't it? It's like they were ruining the game experience for you. And there you go. They ruined the game experience. And that's a pain in the ass. You've made yourself a pain in the ass. Congratulations. Now people think you're a pain in the ass. Oh dear. No, I'd hug you. I'm not really a huggy person. I think I've said this before, right? I'm not a huggy person. I don't really do hugs, but I'd give you the best elbow tap of your life. You'd come up and you'd be like, oh my god, Jelly, and I'd be like, I'd give you the best elbow bump of your life. You've never been elbow bumped like I'd elbow bump you. But yeah. Dear. But I don't really like hugs. I don't like physical human contact at all. I'm very not human touchy at all. I don't like it. I'm not for it. I know a lot of huggy people, but like most people respect my boundaries. If I meet someone who can't respect my boundaries, it's an instant like we can't be friends, because that's how much I don't like human touch. But yeah, that's why as well I think glomping is pretty bad, because there are people like me who are so against human contact, where it's like it can ruin a day for us, right? And then you come along and start hugging us, and it's like, you really don't know someone's boundaries, right? And then you come along and do that kind of thing. It's like, come on now. That's one thing I will say. Big fan of the social distancing. Just for the fact that no one gets that close to me anymore. Intention is good. Execution very flawed. This is a thing. Nobody means harm with that sort of stuff. Like the glomping and the free hugs and all that kind of stuff. But there are definitely situations where it's like really not okay. I'd say, like I've mentioned this before, that I had somebody tear a hole in one of my costumes because they ran up and hugged me. And like, not only did it make me incredibly uncomfortable, I had to apologize to them because they felt so bad, and they ripped apart part of my costume while I was wearing it. And it's like, and again, they meant no harm. They really did. They were very, very apologetic. They really were. But like, the situation was, I apologized to them so that they felt better. I had to go back to the hotel because part of my costume was ripped. And that was that. I spent hundreds of hours on that costume. You know, it was quite upsetting. But like, not that anything that I could show because this person was so upset. You know, I think it is all well and good to be excited and have fun at a con, but there has to be, just because you're at a con doesn't mean all common sense flies out the window, right? Yeah, common sense can't fly out a window. Personal boundaries are still there. One thing I will say, generally when you're wearing a big costume, people do give you a wider perimeter. Most of the time. There is always going to be the odd person who doesn't, but majority of the time people do give you a wider perimeter because again, it's a respect thing, general, just normal respect. They can see you're in a more cumbersome outfit and they give you a bigger perimeter to move in. Even in a very busy con space, at least from my experiences in the UK, people are pretty good. And that's gone way back to like 10 years ago, so people have been pretty good. But again, there are a small group of people who will forget, but most of the time it's pretty good. Elbow bump, that's assault, my elbows are bad. Cheek kisses, no cheek kisses. Same here, can't stand hugs and being touched with no warning feels like a respect and no boundaries. Exactly. Like there have definitely been days where like that kind of thing has ruined my day. And, you know, I'm straight up autistic. Like, I think it's pretty, in my case, I shouldn't have to say that for people not to touch me, but like sometimes it has to go that far where I'm like, you need to stop. And at a Comic-Con there's no way to explain that easily to people without me fully lanyarding up to be like, you must give me space. And I don't do that, I wear costumes. But like, yeah, people most of the time are pretty good. The glomping phase is bad. Free hugs is a bit of an issue, to be honest. Oh, and then there's, okay, wait, no, slight cosplay rant. I'm not going to finish this bra today, but I have a slight rant. Can I take a picture with you? Where are those hands going? The amount of times someone's asked to take a picture with me, and like, there are multiple pictures of me in places where people have decided their hands are on my butt, between my legs, on my waist, like, multiple pictures of me on the internet somewhere where like I have not only have I not given them consent to touch me, I've definitely not given them consent to touch me like that. And when I was younger I didn't say anything about it. These days I absolutely do. But yeah, there are a lot of people who, and the other thing is like, not that this would mean like it would be okay, But the costumes I do are very covered. But the amount of times people decide that if you say you can take a picture with them, they can touch you, that's okay. Yeah, so if someone says that you can take a picture with them, that you can put your arms on them, or you can put your hands on them, not even in a sexual way, just in general, ask for that too. Because no. No. Because you don't know if they're wearing body paint. I 99% of the time have a fair amount of stuff on. And yeah, is it legal? No. Although I will say there were certain things that were legal until a few years ago, where it wasn't legal in Scotland, it was legal in Wales and England, I should say, because the UK has different laws depending on which country you're in. Things changed. I've said stuff about this on the channel before. Upskirting was a really big issue at Comic-Cons, and I've had rants about this before. It is no longer legal. As of about 2 years ago, it was legal to take photos of women up the skirt. That's fine. Or men, I suppose, technically. But yeah. It was fine. People could just do it. And it happened a lot apparently at festivals. It also happened a lot at Comic-Cons. And people would pose. Most photographers are fine. 99% are fine. But at big Comic-Cons, you'd get the odd, iffy photographer. And they'd get a really low angle of you. And they wouldn't normally ask for consent. But like, you could see them in the corner of your eye posing really low to the floor so that they could take a picture up your skirt. And they'd post whole like compilations on Facebook, on Instagram of all the upskirts they got at the Comic-Cons, stuff like that. And that was 100% legal. That was fine. That was absolutely fine. Nothing illegal about that. That wasn't, and it didn't count as sexual harassment. It didn't count as harassment of any kind. If you asked them to delete the photo, if you caught them and took them to security, they'd have to delete the photo. That's as far as it went. There was nothing legal involved because it wasn't against the law. It was fine. Because it was just taking a photo of someone in a public place. So, that was it. And a lot of people petitioned. I signed quite a few things for this myself because I caught people taking photos, not just of me, but of other of cosplayers, and I was like, not happy. And this was like for my very first Comic-Con. The first Comic-Con I went to, I wouldn't have been older than 16, I don't think, 16, 18, like somewhere in that age range. And I went, and I remember I was with my sister who was even younger than me. And I remember that was the first time I ever had someone to put their hand on my ass as well. And take photos of that, which was great. Nice, loved that. And yeah, I remember seeing it there as well, and finding out that it was absolutely legal for people to do this kind of stuff. And yeah, there was already a petition going on at that point. Someone had taken it to court. Taken a photographer to court who had taken an upskirt of her, and she had, I think, technically won. And what did she win? The photo got deleted. That was it. The photo got deleted because there was no law against it. And then she started the petition, and then many people joined on that it would become actually a law and or fall under some other law that would stop happening, because common sense indicates that's not something that should be happening. Dear me. Sadly I can't hug you then, but I can understand. Yeah, I just need people to back off and understand, you know? A lot of people are very huggy, and it's their first instinct is to hug, because I'm a smiley, happy person, but I won't be smiley and happy if you hug me. I'll be very upset. I'll probably cry. Guess you get too much plot and you can't resist. Oh dear, that's a joke. Can't you stop and pick up my kilt? I'll put a boot in your mouth. See, now, but the thing is, I feel like if you did that, as much as that's probably a joke, but I feel like if you did that, what would happen is, well, what would have happened, not anymore, now you'd be fine, now you could take him to court for it or whatever, but like what would have happened is, they would have been like, well, he attacked me, and you would have got done, because you attacked someone and they didn't break the law. Which is crazy, but that's what would have happened. You attacked someone, they didn't break the law. And yeah, that's kind of how... Oh, don't worry, Fries. No, don't worry. Wait, that was even going against harassment laws. Common sense tells me it should have been covered by the law. Should have not been... And not had to have been explicitly named. Yeah, I know. And the fact that it went to court and all that happened was the photo was deleted. She had to take her pants, her underwear, to court to prove that they were her underwear in the photo. You can find all this online because it was a really big court case when it happened. And then it became illegal in Scotland back in like 2011. And then it became illegal in the rest of the UK a couple of years ago. Which I am still going to throw shade at to cough cough England, Wales, Northern Ireland. Why did it take you a further 7 years or so to make that illegal? I'm not sure. It's really odd to me that Scotland was like, yeah, that makes sense, we'll just make that illegal. And then the rest of the UK was like, but upskirting though, maybe we'll keep that. like why? We have stupid laws, and we keep those, but like upskirting? Oh dear. Yeah. I don't know. I had a lot of feelings about that. Like, as that, like, I'm not. I don't know. That was bad. There was a very dark period in cosplay. Was the big upskirting thing. The other thing is you'll see historic photos of a lot of women at cons would literally put disgusting things between their legs. Like they'd put like gore, horror. They'd put fuck off. They'd put like rude words on like their underwear, so that if somebody took an upskirt, they'd not get what they wanted, if that made sense. And there was a whole thing of that. Like, again, anyone who's coming into this for the first time who doesn't have any of the background, this might come out of the blue, but there was a whole thing of like, this was like an epidemic of upskirting, of like people would go to Comic-Cons to fill a portfolio of upskirt photos. And then to combat it, cosplayers would wear disgusting underwear to make it so that you wouldn't get good photos, because there was no law to protect them. But yeah, if you're curious, that was a time. That was a hecking time. because you couldn't do anything about it, and you couldn't like go to security and stop it, and you couldn't combat it in any way. So all you'd do is like you'd let another cosplayer know if you'd caught it happening, or oh yeah, now upskirts be allowed. Jesus Christ. You'd let another cosplayer know if you know it happened, and you'd wear something really gross. Grandma panties? No, not like that. I mean, some people would wear like more covered underwear, like shorts, but I mean like blood, shit, like swear words in blood, like stuff like that. Stuff that isn't sexy, you know, on your underwear. That's what they get. Only snap upskirt pics if question is consenting to it and knows it. Well, yeah, like there's a setting for it, like, you know, a photography studio where you're doing sexy shots. That's a setting for it. A public convention where the person has no idea what you're doing. In fact, a public convention in general is not the place for it, because other people are consenting to you take, like, the other people can't consent to watching that. I don't know, you can't really do that in a convention. You can do that in private. That's a private thing, really. Yeah, Audubon is not happy. Listen, I'm here like going like pierced shit, upskirt. Audubon's like, this is a sewing stream. A sewing stream where I'm not gonna finish the bra because I have to go in like 15. But like, you know what, it was worth it. It was worth it to talk to you all about what happened a few years ago. Because if you're not a big part of the cosplay community, at least in the UK, you might have missed it, right? That was like a big thing that happened here, and yeah, it was a time, and I think it definitely was a lot more prevalent among female cosplayers. But it's not to say we were the only ones that were affected. Like you said earlier with kilts. And also, it happened a lot at festivals too. Like, it wasn't just at cosplay conventions that upskirting was an issue. Like, the fact that you could get the snapped anywhere, and you couldn't protect yourself from it. It was quite a thing. Oh dear. Right. I'm sorry, I kind of have to end the stream, guys. I'm heading out this afternoon, so I'm not going to finish the bra, but what I will do is finish the bra off stream this evening, and then I'll put the picture on Instagram and Twitter. So if you would like to see the finished bra, you will need to pop over to Instagram or Twitter to see it. I normally do finish the bras on stream, but you know, it's my birthday week, guys. It's my birthday week. Apologies. I'm celebrating, I've literally celebrated for the last 4 days. I am a child. I am a child. Ah, dear. Thank you for the stream. No, thank you for joining. I appreciate it. And Discord, I'm putting them all in the Boobtober Discord. All of them are in Boobtober Discord. They're not going in the, I don't want to spam our Discord because I'm making one every day. So it has to go on Twitter, Instagram, and Boobtober. But I will put a collage of all of them when I've finished in our Discord. Yes. Oh, and thank you for putting those in the chat. I appreciate it. Zay, that's very heckin' kind of you. Right, let me find out. Weeg! Weeg, you joined right at the end, but I hope you're having a good day. Welcome on in. Let me find out. Who's this live? Who's this live? 2 seconds. Oh my god. Let me see, let me see. Are they live? Are they? Weep, 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 weep. Ooh. 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 Oh god, I can't read. Jesus Christ. My eyes are like... You ever get like that, where you've been like reading for so long and then your eyes are just like... they're like going up the screen? That's my eyes right now. Okay, we can raid someone we've not raided before. Are you ready? Are you ready to raid somebody new? We're gonna raid Tom. Damn, don't look at the keyboard. Also, Kenneth, thank you for the follow right at the end. My keyboard doesn't exist, so don't worry about it. We're gonna be raiding I Think Therefore I Tom. I Think Therefore I Tom is doing some heckin' crafts. They are also streaming for Boobtober, so we can send them lots of heckin' boob love. All of the boob loves, GG. We love boobs, don't we, chat? Absolutely, absolutely. Of course, of course. So let's heckin' send some love to Tom. I think Tom is currently aiming for affiliate. So if we can send some love over to Tom to help Tom reach affiliate, that'd be really, really good. Anyone whose stream knows that first jump is the hardest. So any extra love would be really, really appreciated to send their way while they're doing that first climb, because that first climb's quite tricky. But they are a very, very good bean. They deserve all of the love in the world. So heck yeah, let's grab a raid call and send you all over there. And have a lovely rest of your day. And I'll see you tomorrow. Take care.